Good morning and welcome to our Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. A mouth word now. Boo. Yeah. So for today, November 14th, and we will first start off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. We're just recessing from yesterday, so
Yes.
we'll just do a roll call and then we'll get into business. Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
And Mayor Hagan.
Present. And I did say the 14th. That was yesterday. So we're here the 15th. All right. And now we will have a motion to go in close.
Do you want to just mention the...
Sorry. Actually, before we do have a change in order. Minor as it is, we did not finish up yesterday with some of our closed session items. And what else, Madam City Clerk, do we have?
It's just the suggested order has been revised since yesterday, and it's
it is public.
republished on the web for the public.
All right, so everybody has that update. You can see it there. All right.
And if council's good to adopt it by general consent.
Are we good on that? All right. With
Okay.
that, we'll have a motion to go in closed. Thank you, Councillor Carlson. All in favor? All right, passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring item 6.4, September 2023 operating forecast forward at this time. And with that, we have Darryl Matthews, Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer.
Thank you, members of Economic SPC. I'll walk you through this. I'm just going to see if Ms. Brown can bring up the slide deck. So just as we're bringing up the slide deck here, the September 2023 operating forecast provides City Council with the highlights of the 2023 General Fund, Utility Fund, and Reserve Funded operations, and an update on the city's forecasted financial position for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Once again, this report has supporting variance discussion analysis and has been prepared in cooperation with all the departments. Administration has reviewed financial records up to September. Based on our review and given all the information provided in this update, administration is pleased to report that the operations of the City of Lethbridge are expected to be in a positive position by the end of the first year of the four-year operating budget. I will go over the assumptions in the financial reporting process and what's key with this report in the next section. This operating forecast, next slide. Yeah. My bad for not looking up. This operating forecast includes the year-end financial projections based on September to 2023, keeping in mind that this is just a forecast. It's based on financial information up to including September of 2023. And our standard assumption is that the actual system to September and then projections between October and December of 2023. Next slide. This slide summarizes the frequency of the annual reporting process. Today we are providing the operating forecast to members of Economic SPC, and Council will receive the 2023 unaudited report in March of 2024 and the 2023 annual report in April of 2024. Next slide. This slide goes over the number of different documents that are contained in this operating forecast. So as I mentioned, it has the operating budget variance analysis. It has statements of schedules, and in this report that includes the reserve statements. And it also includes the capital schedules, being the summary of subdivision surplus and the offsite account analysis. One thing I'll note on the latter part in that section C, that's where you'll see some of the information that we started to talk about, or we did talk about yesterday in regards to offsite levies and the amount of money. Now, keep in mind, these are only up to September 30th. Those reports they don't show the same forecasted pieces, but we can, definitely, if council or members of Economic SPC have any questions in regards to the offsite accounts, we can go to that section of the actual report. Next slide. So some of the general information about the operating forecast. This forecast shows in here that the corporate accounts were forecast at the end of the year with a positive variance of $750,000. A number of surpluses make that amount up, and that's can be seen inside the schedules. But that, the larger piece in here that I want to bring forward is that actually if you look on the actual schedule within the document, you will see that there's a large forecasted deficit in permits and development licenses of $1.4 million. That coincides to the discussion yesterday of those permits and downturn in values. A portion of that, or almost $1.3 million of that, is due to those building permits and development permits that have decreased. The tax-supported departments, or general fund areas, have a positive variance, and these are all the operational areas that within the report of almost $1.6 million. Now, keep in mind that's 0.8%, so a very small amount of dollars when you look at the overall budget for those areas. The water, wastewater, and waste recycling utilities were forecast at the end of the year with positive variance as well. Wastewater has a $1.3 million surplus. The revenues are forecasting a positive variance from $445,000 due to a higher than budgeted industrial revenues, offset by some lower than budgeted residential consumption and general revenues in wastewater. Operations also is forecasting a 900,000 positive variance, primarily the result of lower than budgeted expenses in the wastewater treatment plant as well as lower than budgeted maintenance. On the water side, there's $3 million positive variance, and the water revenues had a positive variance of $2.2 million, primarily due to higher than budgeted residential revenues, regional irrigation revenues, and general revenues. Operating expenses are in a positive variance of $800,000 due to surpluses in water distribution operations, administrations, and engineering, offsetting by forecasted deficits at the actual plant, water treatment plant. With that, that's the end of the presentation on this, and I'll open it for questions.
All right, I see I have Deputy Mayor Campbell in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my own personal understanding, when you look at wastewater in the plus of $1.3 million, so what do you do with that $1.3 million? Is it just stays there for emergencies, or is it dedicated to something that you know that you have to spend it on?
Through the members of Economic SPC to Councillor Campbell. So the surpluses go into accumulated surplus, which in all intents and purposes is like the reserves for the utilities, and they're specific for that utility. So that accumulated surplus is used for future projects. So a lot of and or emergency, if something came up, we're also have an emergency component in one of those utilities. So for example, some of those surpluses that grow in that is actually going to be used or potentially could be used for those other treatment plant upgrades that need in a future date. The other component of some of this too, by year end, we usually take a look and this is where the debt servicing policy comes into play, and we will actually make allocations against debt services. And I'm not sure if Mr. Sanchez wants to add something further to that, and yes, he does, so I'll let him chime in there as well.
Yes, and this is part of the conversations that I started fairly recently with Mr. Matthews. As you all know, we have a plan for the CAP projects in the water and wastewater treatment plant, and we're looking for different options in terms of funding from other opportunities that are not necessarily the rates or rate payers, in this case for the utilities. And something we need to do for sure is the design. Right now, all the estimates that we have is with a high-level design. If we don't have that design done properly, then it's going to take more time for us after we find the funding source to go ahead. And an opportunity here is maybe to do that design with the surplus and go ahead and get everything ready to go, just waiting for that funding source to be reached, to move to the next step and actually provide that resources. So we might be coming fairly soon with an idea that I have that I need to put with Mr. Matthews and the city manager to make sure we can actually go ahead with that design and get everything ready to go for when the opportunity is here.
And just for my clarification, all of these surpluses will stay in the utility areas and it cannot be moved over to something else?
That is correct. So when it comes to the specific utilities, each utility has their own accumulated surplus, and based on the way that the utilities are there, we don't use water utility surpluses, say, for wastewater. Now, the one thing I will say on this, if you remember from yesterday's presentation, some of the backstop for offsite levies is these accumulated surpluses as well. And the reason why that would be is because the very assets that are being built by the offsites is water or wastewater assets under the ground. So that's where they would be backstop. And also the reason why you see a component that would be MRSR for anything that is, say, the transportation or roadway components that are in offsites, that would come from an MRSR. So once again, we're trying, we wouldn't use an inappropriate funding source for something else.
All right, I have no other questions in the queue. Oh, Councillor Carlson, there you are.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Matthew, if through you to City Manager or Designate, if I can. This is a forecast to the end of the year, but it's also, and maybe you touched on some of this or I didn't quite pick it all up in the full report. But it's based on a 4-year budget. So some of this, in my mind, or maybe it's been parsed out, is actually things that have been put off but will be they could have been implemented into this year, but they're going to be implemented next year, so the dollars still need to be there. I don't know if that's a BAU account or is that captured in here? Because our business units operate in a 4-year cycle, so they know that they don't have to spend it all in this year, they can put it forward. So has that been factored out, or is that part of these surpluses that we're looking at right now? If that makes sense.
It does.
Okay,
And-
good.
And thank you, Councillor Carlson. So to answer that question, inside of the actual forecast, on page A2, specifically when it comes to the business unit side. So first I'll talk about a bit on process, and then I'll talk about what's in the forecast here. So 100% correct on the process. So over a 4-year, that being this the first of 4 years for business units, any surplus and or deficit is available for those business units over the remaining term of the 4 years. So if they have a surplus, they can use it next year for some of that, for that work. That's what we classify as a carryover amount. If they have a deficit, they need to make it up over the 4 years. At the end of the 4 years, if that's still that money is there as a carryover amount, that goes to the MRSR, or the net amount of it. And obviously at T2, if there's a deficit they just can't make, that reduces surpluses from other areas, that goes to the MRSR. That money in the end becomes the one-time allocation for council in the next budget cycle. In the forecast in itself, what we have inside of there is budgeted, at what people know today, those projects or initiatives that are going to BAU. Now, that would be actually already reduced out of there. So that's the difference. I'll explain a bit more in the BAU presentation. There's 2 streams. There's a carryover that you'd see there as the remaining surplus, and there's amounts that were already forecasted in the narrative that they're going to be pulled out and used for whatever initiative it is as a BAU amount. So right now, what you're seeing in the surplus is the amount that the departments truly at this stage here don't have those kind of projects you're referring to for you, and it's rolling over in the carryover amount.
Okay, so I think I do understand then. So those projects that they said, yeah, we didn't get to it this year, but it's still coming, those have been backed out of this, so I'm not seeing that it's overinflated. Excellent, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, I have a motion. Seeing none, I have a motion here from Councillor Palladino, 2023 September operating forecast. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the 2023 September operating forecast report as information. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if there are no further questions, we call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor?
Thank you.
That carries.
Question. Oh, thank you. Sorry, if I can, Madam Vice Chair, I'm just curious on this. This is, and maybe Madam City Clerk can answer this, perhaps at the end of our 3-day process, we'll forward everything to council. Because right now, it's only Economic and Finance that's receiving this for information. Traditionally, we say, and forward to council, because now council doesn't have any of this information, only Finance.
Yeah, that's correct. We are in committee, and I understand that from the city treasurer that the reports received for information will just stay at committee. They don't need to go on to council unless committee would direct that. The ones with action items are recommended to go on to council to be adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Will you forget things by council?
So just moving forward, we've got some other lengthier presentations, but looking at the submissions, Would council be okay with bringing forward 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3? That's the 2023-2026 Operating Budget Initiative Summary, the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Summary Report 2023, and redevelopment of City Council's traffic budget to align with advocacy framework.
You could just say because we have a couple members away for the public, that's why we're bringing it.
Yeah. And that's just, since we have a couple members away, trying to move through this in an efficient manner. Does anybody, Councillor Dodek?
And we could also do the first readings, 7.5 through 7.8.
7.5 is the electric distribution tariff, and 7.8 is bylaw 6416, 2024 to 2024 wastewater rates. The rest of council is okay with that?
Madam Vice Chair, if I could just add,
Yep.
the reason those are on this agenda is if any members of the public wanted to speak to them, so they're placed there in the afternoon. If someone did happen to want to speak to them, they wouldn't know to come right now, just for committee's consideration.
All right, so let's start with 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, and see how far we get on those ones. So
Are we dealing with them in total, or?
we'll deal with them one at a time so that you can answer individual questions.
I'll wait.
All right, so all submissions. So this submission is 7.1, 2023-2026 Operating Budget Initiative Summary Report. Mr. Matthews, is there anything you'd like to highlight out of that report?
To members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, this is, once again, this is the first annual review process for the 2023 to 2026 period. We've provided an update on the initiatives that were approved last year, and that's what you're seeing inside your package. I don't have anything specifically on any specific ones. It's really here for councils or economic members of Economic and Finance Committees information.
All right, I see Councillor Carlson has a question.
Vice Chair, just on these, and I appreciate the update. But when I read through them, most of them were, the results were money was allocated, money was spent. Is there something more we should be doing, like were targets achieved? I'll pull one out of the air, the veterans banners. I think they were awesome, and people have complimented us on them and the association on them. But was that, I think it was 53, if I recall from the report, more banners were produced. Was that the target we were hoping for, or was there supposed to be 106? Is it in there?
Target 91, actual 133.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we do have measurables attached to each of these that we can sort of.
So to Councillor Carlson, in regards to this, where appropriate, or where we had them inside of it, defined inside of the initiatives, those metrics, I believe, are discussed a little bit inside of here. Where they're not is some of those ones for community groups and council initiatives. And if you remember during the budget cycle, this is one of the questions when it came to the fee-for-service areas, and I think that members of council had, wasn't the same business cases were done across the whole way. So we don't necessarily have the same service levels on some of those ones, but if you, the departmentals should as well as we go through it. So to answer your question, yes, partially, only on the ones where we did business cases, which were the departmental.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Councillor Dodek.
Well, in keeping up with matrices, I'm sure that Councillor Carlson would have asked about N28. I'm happy to report that the mitigating the feral cat program seems to be working fine.
Are there any other questions or comments at all with regards to item 7.1? All right, seeing none, I have a motion here from Councillor Palladino, 2023-2026 Operating Budget Initiative Summary Report. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the 2023-2026 Operating Budget Initiative Summary Report as information. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Well, we decided to do 7. Item 7.2, 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program CIP Summary Report 2023. Mr. Matthews. Is there anything you'd like to highlight out of this, please?
Yes, thank you. For Economic Standing Policy Committee's reference here, there is one piece inside of this one here where there's the actual resolution on this as asking for a change to the 2022 to 2031 CIP by removing the Fritz 6 pool renovation D13 from that, and that the existing pay-as-you-go funding of $530,000 be reallocated to future CIP projects. The reason for this is that we have sufficient funding inside of our life cycle piece to accommodate that, and what that will do is free up some of the funding within the CIP for any other asks that come forward.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Crowson.
Just knowing historically how, Fritzik has always been a bugaboo. Let's just be clear, Fritzik will be maintained properly, still stay in use. There's nothing in this to say we're going to close Fritzik just because that's always a concern. Is there some nefarious way we're going to try to close that, downtown pool?
To Councillor Crowson, that is correct. There's nothing in this here. This is just behind the scenes, purely financial, that when we looked at this I think it's D13, that it will actually be done through life cycle, or the remaining, I should say, actually also the remaining funding that's also inside of D11 as well too. So it's really a funding piece on the backstop of it, and it doesn't have to have its own specific there. The scope of work and pieces will still continue.
Any other questions at all? All right, seeing none, I have a motion here from Councillor Carlson. 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program CIP Summary Report 2023. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council, 1, remove the D13 Fritzik pool renovation from the 2022-2031 Capital Improvement Program, and 2, direct that the existing pay-as-you-go PAYG funding of $530,000 be reallocated to other future CIP projects. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the explanation on this about the D13. I'm just wondering about the wording for the pay-as-you-go funding of $530,000. I'm just not sure what that means, reallocated to other future CIP projects. Is that just saying it goes back into the kitty and council will reallocate it as council deems, or is this giving permission to the city manager to reallocate it?
The first part of your question there.
Thank you.
So it's, and I'll make it clear for economic. No, it goes back into the kitty for council to reallocate at a later date.
So Councillor Dodick may have a fun project?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing further, I'll call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. On to 7.3, which was redevelopment of council's travel budget to align with advocacy framework. Again, Mr. Matthews, is there anything you would like to highlight out of this, please?
Thank you once again for this question in regards to this. This comes out of, I believe, if I remember right, the official business motion of Councillor Crowson. So this is aligning those budgets is one of the things that was directed for administration to bring back. You will see 4 different components to the recommendation. 1, approving the redevelopment of the City Council's travel budget as presented within the documents. The publishing and realigning of travel budgets for City Council, City Manager on the City website on a quarterly basis starting in 2024. Currently, we do that monthly. rescinding the wording for reporting purposes from monthly to quarterly from the December 9th, 2013 resolution, and updating the council per diem and travel expense policy by the end of Q1 to align to these changes.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you. Thank you for working on this and doing it, because I think it will be more effective. But I do have a question. Is the recommendation simply the 80% for advocacy and intergovernmental and 20%? Or does the recommendation include the mayor and deputy mayor determining which ones we go to? Is that part? Because I may be suggesting a change.
So to Councillor Croson, in point number 4, and on this one here, in my understanding, and I know Mr. Hillier will jump in and save me if I get this wrong as well, but I believe the intent is that any of those kind of procedural or process stuff would come out of that, and where we come back on the policy. So the recommendation right now isn't on the approval side for who goes to what conference. It's actually just the dollar amounts and allocating them out.
Okay. Perfect. Because we've moved where advocacy now is under, so that would be a change. The other question I have, and this is more, I don't know if this has to be a motion arriving, just a suggestion, et cetera. But this year, Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Kleisner suggested to me conferences that they thought would be good for me to attend, but I couldn't do it because of my schedule and stuff. But I know coming out of the departments, there are, things that they're working on that they'd like to see counselors at, et cetera. So is there a way, perhaps in January, that if you know the schedule of good conferences in the year, that administration brings that to a governance meeting that becomes part of the professional development, becomes part of the suggestions? Because I think we are missing some good conferences we should be at, because while administration is aware of it, it doesn't get to us either in time or not to us at all. Is there a way we can incorporate that into this? Is it already considered part of it? Do we have to make that a motion arising, or can it just be a consideration?
So to answer your question, Councillor Croson, yeah, I think we could do that. We were just having a bit of a sidebar on the side here that we may not know every conference that's coming up along at that time frame, so there may be kind of an ongoing process. But as those standard, many of the conferences are standard ones that come along, and so then we probably could provide that information as it comes relevant. To members of council. And what I mean by that is it also depends on what's on those actual conferences, because certain conferences all of a sudden have those hot button topics that would be really beneficial, as you're saying, for both administration and council to be aware of.
Right, perfect, because yes, there are times we are missing out on great conversations because we just don't go fast enough. Maybe not having like 5 of us at FCM, but splitting it up because there's a topic that we should be at. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And to confirm, this also includes any other professional development that council might be undertaking as well, correct?
To Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, yes, that would be the intent from the point of view of that this is the total travel budget. So there is pieces on it, and I'm looking at Mr. Hillier to make sure I'm getting this. Yep, I see the nod of the head here. So it is the total travel budget that, from our purposes of looking for funding, so that would include any other pieces for traveling for professional development.
What if it's not travel, or what if the professional development doesn't include travel, but it's online offered? Does that come out of this as well?
I think historically, some of those ones had, and I think today that's a really interesting question on it, because there's a lot of webinars and a lot of pieces that people can attend instead of traveling. So I think that's a piece that would, once again, to point number 4, that we'd come back with and in that policy side and to address that.
Okay, thank you very much. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. This question is through the chair to Mr. Matthews. In regards to members of council who sit on external boards, as an example, I take it the guideline is that wherever possible, travel and or conference and or stays would be put through that external budget as opposed to our council budget?
So to Councillor Middleton Hope, I think there's 2, and I'm going to try to take a crack at 2 parts of this answer on it. If it's where council is being appointed as a council member, I would think it would go through this budget. If it's where you're a member on a board that's outside of the appointment, then it should be going through that organization.
Okay, so then it is not a burden on the external board, committee, or commission by having a council member rely on their budget. We will rely on council budget.
I believe
Is that
that's
what you
what we've, and I believe that's what we've done in the past, but I'm gonna have to check my notes on that.
We should probably have clarity on that because that does impact external budgets and they're a lot smaller usually.
So I'll take a look, and I think here again, I'm looking at Mr. Hillier, we'll jot this down and we'll bring it back as point. One of the questions we'll report back in Q1 of 2024 with those policy components.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, I have a motion here from Councillor Croson. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that City Council, 1, approve the redevelopment of City Council's travel budget as presented effective January 1st, 2024. 2, publish the realigned travel budget for City Council and City Manager on the city's website on a quarterly basis starting in 2024. 3, rescind the wording for reporting purposes from monthly to quarterly from December 9th, 2023 resolution regarding the City Council and City Manager travel budget. 4, update the Council per diem and travel expense policy CC13 by the end of Q1 2024 to align with these changes. Councillor Croson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing this work. We know that advocacy is absolutely essential. There are things that we need to speak with the provincial and the federal government and other organizations, and actually operationalizing it so it ties in with our travel budget so that, not only do we say advocacy is important, but we have the mechanisms to go to where we need to go and make sure the travel happens is vital. And so I'm hoping that this will all connect to make us even better at advocacy. So thank you again, and unless there's anything else to add, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that carries. All right. With council's approval, we will move back to item 6.3, budget appropriations, unexpended, BAU, processes and procedures. All right. Everyone's all right with that. Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Councillor Rempel. Ms. Brown, if you can bring up the presentation and I'll walk you through it. So as it's coming up here, just once again, thank you for having me here today to provide you an update on the budget appropriations, unexpended processes and procedures, and review update. Maybe if you go to the next slide. So just bring you back to where this began on this discussion. This was originally brought forward as an OBM from Councillor Milton Hope back in March of 2022. It's taken a little bit of time here on our side, not because of necessarily the material on the BAU side, just because of some of the other workloads for the team to bring this forward. But we are happy to bring this forward today for Economic Standing Policy Committee's consideration. Next slide. The purpose, once again, of the review was to provide an update to Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee on the efficiencies, processes, and procedures for the Budget Appropriation Reserve. We'll go through some of those today, and in fact, some of the recommendations and ideas that administration would like to bring forward to work on. Next slide. So in reviewing the BAU process and policies and procedures, a number of things that we've heard from various discussions or concerns from council members from both, that were brought up at the March 2022 meeting, and also what we've heard over the last number of years. So I'll just walk you through a little bit of some of the things in the BAU process and some of the confusion points I think that members of council and or the community have had at different times with this process. Overall, one thing that we heard here was the overall intent of it was council members were seeking clarity on the purpose and use of BAU's accounts to address concerns regarding fund allocation and of course those allowable uses of these funds. So once again, we'll go through a little bit about that rest of today. Also, there was council, was trying to aim and balance fiscal flexibility for the departments while also managing the operations by maintaining financial oversight and accountability for city finances. As well, there was also the need to understand the implications of imposing limits on the total funding allocated within departments' BAUs, so the amount that a department could put into a BAU on that. And repurposing and time limits for BAUs was another component that council members had brought up over the course of the last number of years here as concerns. And finally, there needed to be, provide an updated policy and procedural documents that specifically address BAU funds and associated issues. And I'll walk you through a little bit of the history and also where it is in policy today and where we think we should, we're recommending it go in the future. So next slide. So the BAU process has been around since, at least in the accounting side of the world, since the 1980s, and has been in the public unaudited report since at least 2000 onwards as a document. However, the first recorded documentation of the actual policy process, and actually where it was used across the corporation a lot more, was when it was actually defined in the Summary of Fiscal Principal Practices document, which came out in the 2003 to 2005 operating budget period. And that was up till just recently, was the only place you would have found any sort of policy document or procedural document for this process. Next slide. So the BAO process has had a number of ongoing improvements since 2018. So prior to that, as I mentioned, it was there. Primarily started to get used, a lot more heavily probably in the 2003 to 2005 period, although it dates well past before that. However, prior to 2018, transfers to BAU were not consistently noted in the unaudited report, although there was a schedule that was provided publicly. So in 2018, there was a lot more enhancements bringing into it. And in fact, there was discussions with audit committee at that point in time as well, and some concerns raised by council, just to understand where the funds were, and frankly, trying to understand the difference between, like we had earlier in the conversation today, the carryover versus the project initiatives and how that worked in it all. So starting in 2018, there was enhanced internal processes, as I mentioned, where all the BAO balances were, and timeframes were actually provided through to the city manager, and they started showing up inside of the variance document. So, i.e., you had to start noting it all in the variance document. So, always showing the amounts that were transferred to those project accounts. In 2019, the FS1 approval policy, or approval, funding, and reporting of operating budget variances policy, which is an administrative policy, was updated to include the BAU policy practices wording from the Summary of Fiscal Principle and Policies. So this is the first time it actually started getting into policy, and that was a direct request out of the audit committee of the time. Audit committee did review those processes in 2019 and 2021, and of course also reviewed that, that policy change at that period of time. Next slide. Over the 2019 to 2022 budget cycle, a number of efficiencies were put into place to the BAU process. These improvements included requiring departments to indicate an estimated spend date in which the BAU would be spent. Those are the project ones I'm referring to. Requiring appropriate backup, so that's the documentation and invoices to ensure that BAU was being spent on what it was approved for or intended for. And also centralizing the control of BAU funds within the corporate finance area. So what that means is that we keep track of those within corporate finance, all the approvals, and also monitoring what goes out of it based on those invoices. Next slide. This is the currently what it says inside of the FS1 policy in regards to BAU. But really what it's saying is it allows the city departments to transfer unexpended budget funds for a specified budget, from specified budget expenses to the BAU reserve with the approval of the city manager. And what that means is that for those projects or those things that are carrying on that we know that we didn't get to this year that we need to get to, or things that are coming up where we're going to utilize those funding for the next period. Next slide. There also is a number of procedures inside of here, and I'm not going to go walk through them, but they're listed within the policy, existing policy of how the mechanics of that work, and it really starts with the department manager or the general manager bringing that forward each year to city manager to review and deny that request. So historically, we've had a rigorous process in place for BAUs going in and out. Finance acts as the gatekeeper of this reserve. Departments identified a need for an expenditure that, if departments identified a need for expenditure that's not in the approved 4-year budget, they make the request to the city manager to put any surplus aside for that specific purpose. This is a controlled process along the journey. The city manager knows what department is going to spend and the funding on any specified date, and is restricted to that purpose. The unaudited narratives disclose if the departments that have the BAU and capital or capital life cycle requests approved. Balances were also reported out on annually in both the unaudited and annual report. Historically, if the department incurred the expense for the BAU funding set aside, this is one component of it. They had current year surplus available. They were instructed not to bring the funding into to create further surplus. Instead, the BAU will be repurposed. If the BAU funding is required, the department manager submits the appropriate backup and to finance, which would review it to ensure that the funding is brought in for the intended purpose. So these are a couple of areas we'll be requesting to make changes. You'll see coming up here out of this. Next slide. So just from an external reporting standpoint, within the unaudited financial statements, there's a note each year that has the balance of our reserves, which shows the BAU reserve balance and a 5-year trend within the statistical section of that report. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier as well, in the unaudited report provides a statement of BAU unexpended amounts. And of course, this report is also publicly available on our website. Within that report, in the detailed narrative actually tells by area what those projects are that they're allocating towards it. And at times, at the request of council, we have, and typically to audit committee where they've asked it, we give the detailed listing of all of those amounts for those projects as well. So next slide. Although the process has been in place where the CM reviews the BAU amounts each year, in 2022, the city's manager met with directors and office managers, discussed new requests and challenges, and challenged some of these amounts, which directly resulted in $900,000 of unused BAUs going back to the MRSR. This increased the amount of the one-time available funding for council in the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. So I guess if you go to the next slide, we can see sort of the effect of this as we are walking through. What this graph is showing in the darker blue amounts is actually the project funding. What you'll see in, I believe, being colorblind, but being the gold amounts is actually the amounts that were those carryover amounts. So they also go into the reserve at year-end processes, but you can see at the end of each business cycle, they fall off. Because that's where they're going to the MRSR. But what you will notice is a drastic decrease between 2021 and 2022 in the amount of BAUs going on. And so we are managing these, as I said, in quite a different way over the last number of years. In 2023, we're suggesting some more, we're putting in place a number of different improvements, I should say. Previously, as I mentioned before, if departments has adequate surplus to cover expenditures for those purposes of the BAU requested in the year, we did not bring back in the funding to their operations. It would be repurposed. We're stopping that process from going forward. The existing BAU process was now going forward will actually have that money come back in, and if they have a new request, it will go back out to the reserve. The reason for that is for transparency and tracking. It allows us in the back end to to understand what it went in for and what it came out for. On top of it, this also helps that if long-standing BAU amounts are within there, this is once again similar to last year where the city manager at that point in time could direct those funds to go back to the MRSR for council's use. So basically those timelines become very, very important for departments and the intended use of what they're for. On the chart you see in front of you here, highlight some of these pieces, so we can make the overall process more streamlined and transparent. And as I mentioned, the first one is both for city manager and our expectation, we'll get to that in a second here also, would be the boards and commissions will approve BAUs based on initiatives that support a corporate strategic direction or priority. So that means that if I pick on my area in finance and corporate performance, if we have ones in there, they should be aligned to corporate priorities or things that are going on for the corporation and why they're carrying on as well. And I mean, obviously that can be fairly broad, but those are some of the discussions that we would have internally. What's the intended use and what are we going to use this funding for? If that's not the case, then that money would go back, either remain as a carryover in the 4 years or would go to the MRSR as well. Next slide. Yeah, perfect. So as I alluded previously, we're going forward. One of the things that we'd also like to do is look at the naming of the reserves. BAUs are the terminology of it, budget appropriations unexpended, more aligns to the carryover wording. So i.e., the amount of funds that get carried over each year that isn't for a specific project. Where we'd also like to segregate this into something called, at this stage here, when we come back with this later on, come with a different terminology, but at this stage, a departmental and corporate initiative reserve. So what that would be is where the departments have that information, but then it's very clear to the public that this funds is available for use by the departments, but for projects versus the carryover piece that just happens within the budget cycle between years. So there has been confusion in the past, and I think it's important that we clean up that confusion. It also provides us further transparency on departmental and corporate initiatives funding that needs to continue between budget cycles. And it also allows us the potential to develop thresholds that can be placed in departmental initiative funding. So the amount of funding that can be provided by a department, as one example, could be prorated based by the size of their operating budget as well too. Next slide. Now, some future improvements for boards and commissions as well. So obviously the boards and commissions uses these processes. So once again, also requiring receipt of formal resolutions from the boards and commissions on approvals for initiatives to allocate funding. So basically what we would be looking at there is making sure that whether it's the LPC, the library board, or the GALP board, that there is minutes that they've actually approved the carryover of project funding on these items that we could have in our central files. Requiring boards and commissions to follow the same policies as city departments. This includes eliminating the repurposing of BAUs. Any partially unused departmental initiative funding also that's no longer required will automatically go back to the MRSR or to the carryover. So following the same principles as what the departments would. And boards and commissions can request a new BAU allocation for current year surpluses for a departmental initiative to meet existing service levels at year end. So the next steps of this, so obviously we brought this to Economic Standing Policy Committee today with some of our recommendations and where we believe that BAU process should go in the future. What we would like to do is come back in Q3 of 2024 to Audit Committee, if it's acceptable to Economic, with updates to the policies and procedures on this. And the reason Audit Committee is because all financial policies go through Audit Committee, and then that would bring it to Council for a decision on any policy changes that are required in Q4 of 2024. So at this time next year, and the reason for that, once again, too, is I think what would be beneficial here as well is also a Council policy in regards to this process as well, so that we have clarity long-term and it's a part of our long-term financial planning. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. I actually do have a request from a couple members of council that lunch is here and that we hold off asking our questions until after lunch. Would council or would the committee be in favor of that? Or would you like to pile through your questions at this time?
Yeah, actually, I just have really a comment to make, and then I think we can just probably head out.
Okay.
Okay, so this is to Mr. Matthews in regards, just for clarification, these are for BAUs are intended for one-time expenditures. They are not intended to perpetuate a budget initiative. Okay, second piece is slide 17 of 22, expectations must be available at the approval of the city manager, exceptions must be available at the approval of the city manager. There are some initiatives, one-time initiatives, that may take longer than the budget cycle, so contained within this allows for a greater period of time for BAUs to be rolled over. And the last piece is, I recommend that you host a workshop for directors, business managers, financial personnel, even at arm's length boards and commissions to understand this modified process. This improves accountability and transparency and avoids rush spending, which is one of the things we want to avoid. So I think if we can get that message across to our area managers and so forth, it might help.
Yep, we will definitely put that in, and it'll be part of the discussion we bring to audit committee as well.
All right, we will come back to this item after lunch. Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion? Okay, we will recess until 12:30. Thank you. All right, calling this meeting back to order. We are on item 6.3, budget appropriations, unexpended processes and procedures. Do we have any questions at all from members of council with regards to this? Okay. All right, as I stated, we are returning back to item 6.3, budget appropriations, unexpended BAU processes and procedures. Do we have any questions from members of council for Mr. Matthews on this?
No, I've asked my questions.
My apology, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing we have no questions, I have a motion here from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this item to administration to draft the budget appropriations unexpended BAU policy, process, and procedures and report back to the Audit Standing Policy Committee in Q3 2024 for review. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Yes, thank you very much. I think just before the break, you heard some of the questions and comments. I think this is a very important accountability mechanism that the city is ensuring that areas of the corporation are following, and I anticipate that this will provide not only better accountability, but greater transparency of operations. Are there any questions or expectations in terms of debate? Madam Vice Chair, I see none. Therefore, I will call the question.
With that, question's been called. All in favor?
Thank you.
And that passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move back to item 6.2, Chinook Arch Regional Library System Cost Benefit Update. And we have, sorry, Mr. Woods presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on.
It's on. Okay, I'm here to provide an update on the Chinook Arch Regional Library service, which we call CARLS for shorthand. In November 2022, Economic SPC passed a resolution directing administration to conduct a cost-benefit analysis. Very brief update is that analysis has begun and is underway. Actually, has begun about a couple months ago, but is not yet complete. So we are working with CARLS and Lethbridge Public Library to generate information and data that is usable for this review. And our expectation is that this work won't be completed in 2023, but first quarter 2024 seems much more likely. I can answer any questions. Not much of an update, but so.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Woods at all with regards to this item? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Woods. Somewhat disappointing, because since we did pass the resolution in November of last year during the budget cycle, so I thought we would have some kind of wrap-up before year end, but there's, for reasons I don't know, but that's okay. We've allocated only, I do believe, 1 year's budget funding to this organization, that being Chinook Arch. Am I correct on that?
Through to Councillor Parker, what's in the base budget right now is what's approved. So only thing that was approved back in this initiative is no funding for additional increase. So the initiative was for an additional increase amount. So it was 4 years of zeros on the increase side. If I'm recollecting correctly, I'm just looking to my team. Yep, I got the head nod, I didn't get that wrong. So the base amount of funding, and I believe that's probably just around 1.2 million between the two different pieces, is still within their budget. So what this will mean is that as we come back for further piece on this, that's a discussion point with members of council or Economic Standing Policy Committee in regards to whether or not the initiative that they asked for increase would be there, plus any other discussions that council would come out of that review.
So I'm trying to recall what the original resolution was, and I do believe the vote was close to 5-4 in regards to this, and the logic around it was members of council, one in particular, I remember, said he's going to wait for that review before he decides to no longer fund that additional funding. So what happens when it comes back and he says, remember, we're talking about just not only actually us eliminating our whole partnership with this. So if that does come back and council votes on that, does that cease funding at that time?
So I'm just going back to the actual resolution here. So the actual resolution was for administration to conduct and update the cost benefit analysis regarding the membership to the Chinook Arch Regional Library System on it. And at that point, there'd be a decision piece that council would make in regards to whether or not they continue membership in that.
That's there, thank you.
Or if they do continue membership in that, if they would approve the additional amounts that they had brought forward, being the Chinook had a presentation as part of their initiative back in that November of last year.
Okay. Sorry, I thought we would have a report back by this time in regards to yes or no moving forward with them. So anyway.
So I can give a bit of an update on that one too. So just in fairness to, so Mr. Woods is, he got gifted this one as well as some of the other components. So we've had a number of things that have came across the plate for doing reviews. And this one was in later part of the year. It was probably the latter part of the year before Mr. Woods even received this one to start working on it. Just with workloads, we weren't able to make it.
And I appreciate that. And I think Mr. Brothers told me that in the past, that everyone's workload is very high. So it's no slight. I know, Mr. Woods, you work very hard. I was just hoping that it would be done before year end. So that's all. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Madam.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, I'd prefer donations to charity in my name than any gifts. Mr. Matthews, thank you. Question, Mr. Woods, what kind of metrics are we going to be able to, we're trying to find some data, I believe you spoke about. I'm not sure what kind of metrics we're going to be using to sort of figure out the cost benefit for this program. Can you give me any ideas of what we will be looking at?
I can attempt to answer that just by telling you our approach, which is Carl's has the vast majority of the true information on the expenditure side, the cost side. And so we're working back and forth with them to shape that information into how it's usable. They also have some information and data which we would be able to use on the benefit side. But Lethbridge Public Library actually is probably the best gauge of the benefit that they receive or that they receive on behalf of their customers, which is really I think the point of view on the benefit side. So between the expenditure side coming from Carl's and the benefit side, council should be able to receive a report that would have some sort of net of value for the roughly 1.2 million you contribute to Carl's per year. Is that a metric that you're looking for?
Because I've always been trying to struggle with how we're going to measure the benefit to our community. I know that when the library was here, they did say that they find membership very beneficial, but I'm just trying to figure out.
There will be, like I say, we are still in the process of compiling that information and making it usable for a comparator. Very likely, though, there will be programs and services offered by Carl's where there is a definitive economy of scale.
Yes.
But by the same token, there are programs and services where the Lethbridge Public Library utilizes little to none. And how those net out, I don't know yet. Where we have data, we'll bring that, though, where it can be quantified.
Okay, thank you. Because in my mind, and this is some of the data I'd like to see, is that LPL is the economy of scale. But maybe I'm wrong there. We seem to be the big fish. And so maybe we can get those economy of scale on our own. Those are the kind of things I'd like to see, while also being a good regional partner.
I'm reluctant, I'm challenged to use words to get ahead of the review. It's possible that the smaller communities, the 40 other municipalities in Carles, benefit more than Lethbridge does without commenting on whether Lethbridge receives a net benefit or not. Okay. And I don't think our review will necessarily identify who gets the most benefit, only the net benefit to the cost associated. Okay. And maybe I'll just, one minor comment on that is, the city's contribution is close to 1.2 million. That's made up of a direct contribution from the city of Lethbridge, as well as the funding source being the Lethbridge Library Board. But since the primary funder of the Lethbridge Library Board is the city of Lethbridge, I think in this context it's fair to put those two together. So you get 1.2 million. Lethbridge makes up very close to 50% of the regional population, which is very close to 50% of the net contributions from all the municipalities. But the province adds a per capita grant of almost $1 million. And part of, if the calculation is council considering whether to be in or out, there is likely the net loss of about $480,000, which would be the matching portion of the city of Lethbridge, which nobody would get. It would be, Lethbridge Public Library wouldn't get it, and would be a net loss in addition to the city of Lethbridge contributions to Carles. So the cost benefit straight up might need another layer, which would just say the true financial impact of different decisions. Okay.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you. Here's the problem I have with the whole thing. You're asking Carles how they're affected. Of course they're not going to say, you're asking them who get the funding. It's not like they're going to say, wow, we don't need this $1.2 million. It's like going to any one of these departments. I want to cut you back $1 million. They're not going to say, yeah, good idea. Like, I don't, where's the independence? Like, at the end of the day, this is a value judgment. And I'm going back, and I'm going to be blunt here. The CEO of Carles came up there, and he was treading water there. He was treading water when I requested it. And it put up a lot of questions in everyone's mind around the table here. And so when you go back to him and you work with him in regards to his funding and all that, he has a vested interest in this. So I want to know, how is this going to be reviewed through a lens of independence? That's what I want to know. Because you're working with Carles, you're working with the library, they have a vested interest in this. They have a vested interest, and they don't want to skin themselves on this. I'm having trouble getting my head around it.
Just to inject here, members of council, this might be a time when you want to consider going in camera.
Okay.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope?
Are you done?
Yeah, it just kind of concerns me. That's all I'm saying.
It kind of concerns me as well. So this would be a question, I guess, perhaps for Mr. Matthews. So what we just heard from Mr. Woods is we're paying about $1.2 million for a service that I don't want to mischaracterize it, but grossly, disproportionately advantages our partners as opposed to us. It's $1.2 million if we were not to fund this initiative, that would be a net $800,000 back to the city?
So, Councillor Milton Hope, in that regard, so a little bit more complicated inside of there. So yes and no. So there would be a net savings to it. I think with the one piece that we'd have to venture into, there's a component of that amount that is things like book allotments, IT components that currently the library receives through that contract. And so that would have to be something that we would have to take a look. So it wouldn't be the full 1.2, but there would be some savings to that. And I don't know, Mr. Woods, if you want to add anything further there.
So then, in terms of the return on investment, are we likely to receive, and this may be an unfair question at this point, but I'd like you to think about it, could we receive a greater value by not moving forward with this, by not providing these funds for another year?
So as I said, it's probably just, Mr. Woods said it very eloquently, but I'll probably say it the same way, but a similar way back. I think it's too early to tell yet, but we will take that into consideration. That'll be part of the stuff we'd come back to.
Please do. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you make a recommendation that we go in camera on this one, or are we all good now? We're good now?
Well, I was just checking to see if anybody else had any questions we could ask Mr. Woods at this time before we moved into in-camera. Okay, seeing none, I just need 1 second here with the city clerk to update the in-camera. We have to move in camera for another item anyway, so just 1 second here to update the motion to move into the closed session.
I can add something to Parker.
All right, I have an in-camera motion here from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that we now enter a closed meeting to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 6.2, Chinook Arch Regional Library System Cost Benefit Update, as well as 9.2, Extended Producer's Responsibility Update as per Section 25, Economic Interests of Municipality and the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I was thinking of going into camera just for item 6.3, but if somebody else wants to make a...
6.2, Chinook Arch? No, it hasn't. Sorry, what was that, Mr. Woods?
I respond, but this one's to go in for both, and I don't know. Because it's the next item.
Because 9.2 is the next item, so we were going to do both items in camera together and then come out to do the public presentation for extended producer responsibility.
Okay, I'll move to go in camera for item 6.3.
6.2?
6.3, it's my motion, but if somebody else wants to go...
That's for BAUs?
No, 6.4.
6.2.
6.1, whatever it is.
The appropriate one.
Okay.
So you'll, so 6.2?
So what are we...
6.2?
Oh, yeah, but I don't see, we're not going with 6.2. I will go...
Just a second, out of fairness, do you still have to add to 6.2? So what we do is we go into 6.2, ask the other people to leave, and then we come back to the other part. 6.2. He said you'd rather go in camera, right?
What were we going to go in camera? Oh, there it is. 9.2 is what I was meaning. Sorry.
Okay.
Carlson's still talking.
So who's on first? Are we okay to move in camera for both? 6.2 and 9.2 closed session questions?
So are we going in camera for 6.2 right now? Is that what you want?
That's what we were going to do, is to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 6.2 as well as item 9.2. So 6.2 is the Carl's questions anybody had for in-camera. 9.2 is the next in-camera section for extended producer responsibility. So we would be moving back in, we would be moving into in-camera for that anyway. Can I have a motion, please? There you go. Councillor Middleton Hope, all in favor? That passes. We are now moved into a closed session.
Ryan, are we good, Ryan? All right, to my colleagues, we will get moving again here with our public agenda. And thank you very much, Ms. Parker and Ms. Seidel, for being here to present to us on the extended producer's responsibility update. And if we can turn the time over to Ms. Parker.
Thank you. My name is Mandy Parker with the Waste and Environment Group, and I just wanted to introduce Christina Seidel. She's the Executive Director from the Recycle Council of Alberta, and she's going to take us on the EPR journey.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Thanks for that introduction. Hopefully it's a good journey. So yes, we're all ready to embark into EPR, so I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen. Next slide. So have to just do my blurb first. Recycling Council of Alberta, we're all about waste reduction, specifically circular economy. So that's really what we're advancing, and EPR is an important part of that. Next slide, please. So we are going to talk about EPR. Next slide. You might have already had a bit of a definition on this, but basically extended producer responsibility changes the way that the system is managed. So it's no longer operated by municipalities primarily anymore. Instead, producers are now responsible for making sure that the products and the packages that they produce actually are handled correctly at the end of their life. Next slide. So why do we care? Why do we want EPR? Because this is something we've been advocating for a long time, so have a lot of municipalities. So as I mentioned, the big thing is it takes the cost and the liability for the systems related to waste, transfers them from municipalities and taxpayers over to producers. That is the big winner. That's really what we're advocating for. But when it does that, what it does is it saves a lot of money. So the calculations that we had previously done show that we are going to be saving approximately, well, over $100 million a year is what municipalities are going to benefit from this program. So it's not just chump change, it's a lot of money. What it does at the same time, because producers are now responsible for the products, they pay a lot more attention to what they're producing. And the idea is if they're paying more attention to what they're putting on the marketplace, they should pay more attention to the impacts of that. So it is intended to improve design so that you end up with better design products as well. That's one of the underlying goals of EPR. It encourages circular economy, as I said. That's because producers are now fully in the system. It also, interestingly enough, creates a province-wide system, which we do not have today. Right now, we have a system where if you drive 20 miles down the road, you might have a completely different recycling program than you did before. So once you have EPR, because it's managed by producers, you're going to have much more of a province-wide system where you're going to have the same recycling program in most constituencies. Because it's also operated on a provincial basis, I'm sure you all remember all the issues we had around things like the China sword. So what EPR does as well is it gives us the kind of economies of scale that means that we have resilience to some of these market situations that have been a problem in the past. Next slide, please. So EPR is coming to Alberta. It is now here. It is going to be enacted firstly for two primary materials. The first one is packaging and packaging-like products and paper products. So we call that PPP. The other one that's going to be falling under EPR as well is HSP, which is hazardous and special products. So those are two different systems that are going to be handled under EPR now that were handled previously differently. The regulation actually came into force right around this time last year. And what's going to happen going forward is the producers have to have their plans ready by next spring. And after that, then they have to actually have the systems ready to go by April 2025. So it's pretty tight timelines, and it's going to happen fairly quickly. Next slide, please. So some of the basics on EPR. So in order to have a system work, you need to make sure somebody's watching over it. So it's going to be actually ARMA that's going to be watching over and making sure that the producers are meeting their requirements. Producers, so that we know who's doing what and can track them, they have to actually register with ARMA. Along with that, communities are also asked to register. You'll be asked to register, and so are processing facilities. So we're asking anybody who's inherently involved in the system to register so that we know what's going on in the system and we can track their targets. Producers obviously have to meet the requirements that are within the regulation, but they can be represented. They don't have to do it on their own. What usually happens is they get together under these groups called producer responsibility organizations. So that's what they can do. But those pros cannot be associated with waste management companies, and they also have to be not-for-profit. So those are the rules within the regulation. Next slide, please. So ARMA is going to be putting together rules around a common collection system. Remember I said we're going to have a province-wide system. That's the common collection system. So as part of that, there'll be criteria that are going to define what that system looks like. And but you actually, as a producer, could have an alternate system as well, but that system needs to meet the same requirements that the common collection system does. So if you have a very unique product that has to be handled in a different way, you have to meet the same kind of outcomes that have been defined for the common collection system. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the first category is single-use products, packaging, and paper products. Next slide. And you'll see, basically, if you look at this, if it's a package, it's in. It's really that simple. If it's a package or if it's paper, it's going to be in the system. So it really is, I mean, they'll be coming up with a list, but basically, if it's a package, it's in. The important thing is it does not include ICI. So this is only residential. So it does not include commercial and industrial material. It only includes residential. Next slide. As I said, by April, the producer has to actually provide a system by April 2025. So they have to meet what is happening today by April 2025. By 26, those communities that didn't have a recycling system by 25 are going to be brought in the following year. Included in the common collection system is biweekly collection of single-family dwellings. This is interesting because that meets your requirements because that's what you have. So that's good. There's some other communities that are a bit concerned because they're moving from single every week to every other week. Next slide. So these are some of the targets, really aggressive targets, which is something we were happy to see. So you see those numbers are really high. Next slide. And then under hazardous and special products, again, that is basically whatever has a hazard symbol on it, next slide, will be covered under that. So you see the list. It's quite a broad list. So it's a lot of the stuff that you handle under HHW programs today. Next slide. So again, in special products, same idea. You have to basically meet the same outcomes that we have today. So if you have collection at depots, you're going to have collection at depots, but they'll be done by the producers going forward. Next slide. So I'm just going to leave you with the municipal role. Next slide. So you are in the driver's seat today, which is great. So basically, the producers, in order to meet those high targets that I showed you, have to work with you to actually have the outcomes that we want, which is have enough materials that are actually diverted for recycling. So you'll see you're key as a stakeholder, and you are going to be working with other municipalities to come up with a system that's going to work for everybody across the province. So I will leave you with that. If there's any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Seidel, for your presentation. I do have a couple questions here, and I know I've got a few more in the queue. I'm hearing these tight timelines. Now, put on another hat. I'm an owner of a print shop in town that I've been hearing about this for about 15 years. So help me understand these tight, quote-unquote, timelines if we've been dealing with for 15 years.
Well, the EPR system has been being put together for basically only a couple of years, but you're right, we've been talking about it for a long time. So one of the reasons for the timelines being so tight, honestly, was it took the government longer to get the regulation together than what I think we originally hoped for. I can't really speak for them, but I think that had a lot to do with it. Everybody's saying the timelines are tight. It's entirely possible some of the outcomes could be relaxed for a short period of time, I would think, but they are tight timelines for sure, no question.
And that was a follow-up to it. Is there been any request for extension of time allotment for this? Because reactionary or
Yeah.
making decisions very quickly sometimes don't benefit communities.
Again, those would be coming to the government, so I wouldn't hear that, but I've been hearing lots of talk behind the scenes, so I don't know the answer to that, but it will not surprise me if there are requests. In fact, it would very much surprise me if there weren't requests.
Okay. And my second question here is there's a savings, we're hearing savings of a lot of dollars and
Yeah.
a lot of savings and stuff. So currently we have a collection rate of about $9 a month for this service. So is it fair to say the savings would take that cost down to zero for our citizens?
That depends on where you are. It honestly does. And it depends on what you negotiate with the producers. So that depends on what comes out within your contract. So I do not know the answer to that, but that should become clear when you start to actually negotiate that contract. What they will likely try to do is have a similar cost across the whole province. So if you have a relatively median cost compared to others, you very likely could end up with no cost. But if you have extra services, for example, you may end up with less cost. You may end up still having to subsidize it. So it all depends on what's negotiated between you and the producers.
So that negotiation process should give better answers to this, but in the tight timelines, as you said, there may be more time and there may not be more time. So we could be reactionary or we just don't know. It seems like it's over the wall quick, and I say with government, a year or 2 years is over the wall quick, and that's the timelines that we're up against right now.
It is tight, but at the same time, like I know that they have already, like I know the producers already are well aware of you and what you do. So I think you're going to be entering those negotiation stages pretty quickly. You're going to end up with people actually coming to Lethbridge to learn more about your system and to negotiate with you on what's going to work the best to actually end up with the best service for your residents at the same time as meet the requirements of the producers.
Yeah, we're talking about producers, and I myself see this and following this for quite some time, and it's going to fall a lot on the small businesses, but that's a topic for another day, I'm sure. I'll move along here. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. Is it likely that either the Government of Canada or the Government of Alberta will require this transition? So what we are proposing here to do is to do this proactively?
I don't really understand the question. There is a regulation already, so yes, it is required. It is absolutely required for the producers. It's not required for you, because you can walk away from it if you choose to.
Right.
The producers cannot walk away. The producers are required under the regulation to deliver the outcomes that I showed you.
Right, so I'm looking into the future.
Yeah.
Is there a likelihood that we as a municipality will have to at some point comply with new regulations around this?
Around EPR?
Yeah.
Again, I don't quite understand the question, but absolutely.
I thought it was pretty simple, actually. Okay.
You don't have to, if the EPR regulation is not any requirements for you at all, it's for the producers. So if the producers, they have to do what's in the regulation.
Right.
You have an option to do whatever you want to do with the producers.
Right, so what I'm saying is there a likelihood that the Government of Alberta will require us in the future?
No.
Okay,
No.
there is
No.
not. So
Sorry.
we're not being proactive here.
I actually think it's very unlikely they will require you to do anything. I think it's only the producers that are going to be required to deliver the services.
Which they currently are.
Yes, well, which they will do under the regulation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just completely misunderstood your question.
That's okay.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I've got questions that fall under both the municipality as well as under producers, because I do wear both hats in this community.
Great.
So starting out with this, I have been watching this for 15 years and was relieved when it did not pass under the last one, because it would have shut down my small business. But tell me more about how did this roll out in BC and Ontario, and what lessons were learned in rolling it out in those areas? Because it was a very rough rollout 15 years ago in both of those provinces. What lessons have been learned, and how do we have any guarantees that that's not going to happen here in Alberta this time?
So in BC, which is the one that rolled it out, it would have been in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 years ago, depending on the material. So we learned a lot from BC because they were the first ones to do it. So we learned a lot of lessons in terms of what works for the communities and the rules that have to be imposed to make sure that it does work for communities. Ontario is only rolling it out now, and ironically, this is not surprising for Ontario. We will actually, by the time we're done, we will have the system fully implemented before Ontario does for PPP, even though they started several years ago. So Ontario is not fully implemented yet, but we are learning from them as well, because they are going from what was a partial system previously, where the producers subsidized municipalities, to they are moving now to full EPR, which is what we're going in at right from the start, is full EPR. So again, always learn from others, absolutely. BC was the first.
So what did you learn from BC?
I think some of the things from BC, I would say one of the big ones is that there needs to be really good oversight. And if there is a target that is in the regulation, it needs to be enforced. And I think that's the piece that the government is just figuring out now, is how they're going to actually enforce the targets.
So that being said, then I guess I go back to what Mayor Higgins said with the tight timelines, and you want to enforce and meet those targets. Will there be some leniency? Will there be something for producers that cannot maybe meet those targets right off the bat? Will they be assisted in any way?
I am sure that it's going to be a gradual transition. That's the way it was in BC. And that's why the conversation now is just moving into how do we make sure we actually enforce the outcomes, because at the beginning in BC, it was more about making sure that it was actually going to work for the producers and helping them along. But that being said, I have to say the producers in BC were really proactive in making this happen. So I expect to see the same thing in Alberta, that the producers will be very proactive. That's what I'm expecting. I also wanted to point out that as far as small business goes, the actual threshold for businesses to be included or not included under the system, if you're a small business, you're likely to get an exemption anyway.
Thresholds?
They've kind of been changing. It's based on both the amount of money that you generate in a year as well as the volume of materials. I do not know that. I don't have that in the back of my mind, but I can look that up for you. It's, yeah, I wanted to know. I'm going to look it up. I'm not going to say it and get it wrong.
Okay. What about other exemptions? What exemptions are being seen in other jurisdictions? Are post-secondaries and other levels of government exempt from anything that falls under anything that they produce?
There are some places that have exempted municipalities as well, so that's one of the possibilities. I'm not sure if that's going to happen here. The big one for an exemption that has happened in every other jurisdiction except Alberta is newspapers. Right now, newspapers are captured under the regulation in Alberta. Whether they might ultimately get an exemption, we do not know. We know they've been asking for it. That is a possibility because it's happened everywhere else.
Magazine production.
Interestingly, magazines are not exempt even though newspapers are.
And do we know why?
No. Oh, well, yeah, we do. It's because newspapers have a much more aggressive lobby.
Okay, so we just need I need to talk to Alberta Magazines again.
Yes.
So tell me about how this could potentially affect our customer service levels. When collection is missed, how will this be addressed and how will those costs be covered for the municipality? And because this could potentially increase the tax burden of our residents if we are not seeing the same amount of revenues that we're bringing in.
And that's actually a very intuitive question, because this is one that is always asked and has always been asked as these programs are introduced, because this is your program now. As it transitions to producers, how do you make sure that your residents get the same level of service? And that's a fair question. In BC, it appears to has been working because the biggest municipality in the province transitioned where they said, we're backing away from this, we're going to let the producers do this. So they had enough experience to think that they were getting enough service for the residents and thought that they would rather spend their resources on other services, not actually recycling. So again, they have to be watched, and we have to make sure that those type of services are maintained as much as municipalities want them to be. The producers can't just come in and not have the same level of service as you. They have to have the same service.
Okay, and if we're not able to maintain the same service, will the provincial government subsidize that?
I'm sure the provincial government won't, but if it is actually brought forward and it's shown that the producers are not maintaining the service, I think you would have a very good case to get some extra funding for that.
Okay, but then again, producers download this cost on to their customers. So when we see the hierarchy on part 114 that outlines the producer hierarchy in the legislation, everything is downloaded from the producer to the business that sells that production. So again, what we're looking at here is downloading those costs onto the producer, which again downloads onto the consumer. And in this day and age of inflation and cost increases, we really need to be aware and watch out for that, because we don't want our consumers to be paying any more than they actually are.
Sorry, can I comment on that quickly? Because an important thing on the consumer cost is that right now, we actually are paying the same cost for products across the country, and that includes the cost for EPR in other provinces. Every other province has EPR but us. So we are already paying for EPR, even though we're not getting it. So that's something that is actually going to equalize the cost a bit as we actually move forward with EPR.
So explain to me how we're already getting EPR if we're not paying for it.
No, we are paying for it. We're not getting it now, even though we're paying for it, because we pay. The cost is national, so we're already subsidizing other jurisdictions, even though we're not getting the service. So we will be getting the service as the regulations rolled out.
Okay. Can you perhaps outline for our public audience that might be watching this, as well as my colleagues? I'm going to ask one question and then I'm going to jump out. Sorry. The producer hierarchy. Can you explain to me how that producer hierarchy works?
Are you talking about the waste hierarchy with reduce, reuse, recycle, recover?
No, the extended producer, the hierarchy that's outlined in the EPR legislation.
Oh, the one where it's, like franchisees, that hierarchy, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's item 14. So the designated material, the brand holder is charged, and if not, then the importer. How does that download?
Yeah, so the way that was designed by the government is they want to keep the cost as high, they want to keep it as close to the first importer as possible. So under our programs, even before EPR, we tried to make sure the cost applied to the first importer. So what they've done is, when it comes to other producers like franchisees, who is the closest to the first importer? That's the way that they came up with that. Now, you could argue maybe it isn't perfect, but I know that that's what they were trying to do, was stay close to that first importer.
Okay, I'll jump out for now.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for the information. As you might imagine, we, of course, wear two hats, right? We think as a council and what's good for our corporation, but we have to think on behalf of the public. And so they're going to have as many questions about this as we do. So let's put it into terms they all understand. We have green, we have black, we have blue bins. This is going to affect the blue bins, right? The green and the black will stay under the city. And how will it affect the blue bin? If you're a person, living in Lethbridge, what are you going to expect to change in the next few years if we sign up and move forward on this?
So in a perfect world, especially because your system is already biweekly, if this rolls out the way that it should, the consumer should not see anything. They're going to get exactly the same level of service. They're going to collect the same amount of materials. In this case, there may even be more materials, but that's the only possible thing they could see, is a slightly different range of materials that are collected. They're not going to see much of a change in service, because the idea is to keep it shouldn't be that visible. It should stay the same. Again, like I said before, the level of service needs to stay the same. That's the goal.
But they're going to have two groups picking up their garbage, essentially, right?
They shouldn't see any difference on that. No.
Okay.
So it's possible, it's very likely, depending on how your negotiation goes, it's quite possible that you may still be picking up the recycling.
Okay.
But even if a private waste company is picking it up, will the regular consumer see that? Not likely. It's just their bin will be picked up. Again, the level of service stays the same.
That's what they'll want to know, is how life is going to affect them.
Yes, it shouldn't affect them at all.
It should, okay. And we're, if we move forward, we may be signing up, right? Because we have all responsibilities, municipality, et cetera. Is there any role for the general public, or should we encourage our local businesses? What do we say to our community about what role they could have in this discussion if they choose to?
Honestly, the role of the public is to just, like it is with your programs already, participate as fully as you can. That's their role. They do not need to play any role in terms of advocacy or anything like that, because that's already happening through the regulation. No, they just participate, and they participate effectively. That's what you want the public to do.
Okay, and what about businesses in Lethbridge? What's the messaging we should be putting out there?
Again, the businesses are going to be captured through the producer responsibility organizations. So they basically, it becomes a user pay system so that then they will be chipping into the system if they're defined as a producer. That will be their role. So it does affect them more directly than it does the consumer for that reason, because the idea is that they, as the producer of the materials, will now be paying for it.
So the messaging, we always give them, pay attention and get engaged wherever you can.
Yes.
So good to just have that reiterated, because they hear it from me, I think, 20 times a day, but it's nice to hear it from somebody else. And I know you've talked about the timelines. How much do you think we're going to be sticking to those timelines? Because government timelines are fluid.
It's such a good question. Right now, what we're hearing is they're really going to try to stick to that spring of 25 rollout. I'm a little suspicious that that may end up being backed up, but there has been no direct indication that that will happen. It will depend, I think, on what happens in the next while, because they're rolling out some of the details now. So I think it really depends on how quickly they are able to define the the details of the regulation. So my suspicion is it might get backed up a bit, but again, there's been no formal indication of that.
And last question, and this is a bit of a speculation, what you've seen in other places, has this saved consumers money? Yes, no, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%. There is no question it has saved consumers a lot of money in BC.
Okay. I'm happy to end on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question. Why is it important to be nonprofit? Where it says there's the producers must be a nonprofit.
This is a very good question.
Thank you.
No, it is a very good question,
I don't get that.
I personally don't think it should have been that way. Now, I can say that as an advocate, that really we should have allowed, and in Ontario, you don't have to be a nonprofit. In Ontario, you can be a for-profit. In fact, there's multiple for-profit PROs that are part of the system in Ontario. One of the things that happens is if they have to be a nonprofit, you get less of them, and so it's a little bit more streamlined possibly. I think the argument is that, theoretically, a nonprofit should be a little bit more, I guess, more generous. I don't know what the real reason is. Nobody has been able to explain that properly to me as to why that has happened. It is not unusual for that to happen, though. I think it is just a mistrust thing, that government feels that they have more control and they have a better outcome if they're working with a nonprofit.
It sort of almost seems counterintuitive if it's a for-profit and they want to do better, then pay them for it. But
I agree.
That's just a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just want to go into a comment that it's, in BC, the consumers saved a whole pile. Now, being which I could be classified as the producer, the cost that it's going to cost me would go down to the customers. There's just, you've got to recover that somehow. So can you try to explain to me how it's saving them tons of money, or whatever the comment was?
Sorry, and that's a fair clarification to ask for, because it still has to be paid for by somebody.
Right.
So it's still going to be reflected in the cost of the product.
Right.
What has changed is, when I said they're saving a ton of money, what I was referring to is your taxpayers are going to save money. But somebody at the end of the day is paying for it, but they're only paying for it if they actually buy that product. So the whole user pay principle is adhered to under EPR, whereas it's not adhered to under a regular recycling system.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
I see no... I know I got to put these different hats on as I'm hearing this, because it's been going on for 15 years, where I'm going, oh, dear God, please don't let this come in, and now it's here. But anyways, with that, I don't see any further questions. So I want to thank you, Ms. Seidel, for your presentation, for taking the questions that we have given. And I do have a resolution here from Deputy Mayor Campbell. Extended producer responsibility. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council proceed with the confidential direction in closed session. And number 2, direct administration to register the City of Lethbridge for the for the extended producer responsibility through the Alberta Recycling Management Association before December 31st, 2023. And further be resolved that Economic and Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct the closed meeting documents, presentations, and discussions with respect to the extended producer responsibility remain confidential pursuant to Section 25, harmful to economic and other interests of the public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Did that actually come through the mic? I don't know why I got sorry when you say that again. Siri's listening. Big Brother's watching.
Siri, can you? I think it's pretty self-explanatory what we see before us and what we've heard. So unless there's any other questions, I think it's a pretty good time to take a vote.
So I don't have to say it again.
Please don't.
Please don't. All right, that question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. All right, next we have Mr. Malcolm, General Manager of CSD, and Mr. Pitcher, Housing Solutions Coordinator regarding Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. So you're welcome to come up and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, members of Economic SPC. So today, myself and Mr. Pitcher are here to speak about the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. I am joined by Mr. Pitcher, Matthew Pitcher, who's our Housing Solutions Coordinator. I still on? Representatives.
And you're up.
Throwing me a curveball. And representatives from a variety of different departments, including infrastructure, opportunity, Lethbridge, and land, treasury services, and planning and design. While community social development has taken the lead on the work on the action plan, and the work completed to date has been supported cross-corporately with many different departments in our organization. This presentation does not include all the details on the Housing Accelerator Fund, but rather builds on our past presentation, which was given to SPC on May of 2023, which is linked in the committee report. Next slide, please. So the Housing Accelerator Fund is a new program through the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. It's $4 billion in federal funding, available to local governments to fast-track the creation of 100,000 new homes nationwide. The focus of this program is not just to provide and incentivize or build new homes, but to drive transformational and systemic change within the sphere of control of local governments to accelerate the supply of housing. It is a carrot towards making that fundamental change that we need. There's $4 billion, again. The application to the Housing Accelerator Fund requires that municipalities commit to an increased growth rate and at least 7 action plan initiatives. If approved, the funding would be dispersed into 4 equal payments. And with that, I'll turn things over to Mr. Pitcher.
All right, so next slide, please. So just as we begin here, we want to go over some of the timelines from where we started to this point in time and then ongoing. So at this slide kind of highlights where we've come from with the Housing Accelerator Fund. So in March of 2023, the Housing Accelerator Fund program was announced by CMHC. And at this point in time, we're seeing that the federal government is moving fairly quickly for that allocation of the $4 billion. From that point, we actually came back to City Council and received direction from City Council to apply for the Housing Accelerator Fund, as well as to commit to the housing supply growth rate commitment of 15% above our baseline growth. And that was council direction along with the 11 action plan initiative categories that we were going to apply for, and then the allocation of $1.5 million of backstop funding for the action plan should the disbursements not be made in their entirety for whatever reason, whether that be initiatives that weren't able to be completed or the failure to achieve the 15% growth rate target. From that point in time, during the months of May through August, roughly, our administration developed those initiatives within those 11 categories, and that development actually included quite a bit of robust consultation interdepartmentally, as well as collaboration with the executive leadership team and some key external representatives. Those included Build, Lethbridge Housing Authority, as well as some other groups. Ultimately, those conversations culminated into the 8 action plan initiatives that are attached as, I believe it is attachment 2. And so that list of initiatives are the initiatives that were submitted to CMHC in August of 2023 as our actual action plan. Next slide, please. The timelines on this slide really speak to where we're at today and where we're going from this point on. So November 2023, today we are requesting that City Council approve the action plan initiatives conditional to CMHC approval of our application. To be clear, at this point in time, we have not heard from CMHC regarding our application. We've been told that we are going to be a part of the second round of approvals, and they are still working on the first. Just as we've gone through this process, we've learned quite a bit, and we'll speak to that a little bit more in future slides. But we do know that during the first round of approvals that we've seen so far, many of them have come back from CMHC, and they've actually asked that they augment those initiatives and those action plans so that they're more robust and more systemic and more aggressive in being able to make that systematic transformation. And so in conversation with our executive leadership team, we know that this action plan may have to change based on feedback from CMHC, but we haven't actually got that feedback yet. But we have had the conversation with our executive leadership team to bring this to council and get the action plan as it was presented and applied for approved. And then should there be requested amendments, we could bring that back. And the reason we're doing that is because it's really quite an extensive change and pretty systematic and quite a large project, to be frank. And we wanted to make sure that these bite-sized pieces were available to council and community, and we're not just bringing it and throwing it at the 11th hour. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the list and the titles of the action plan initiatives that were developed by administration, and we'll go into further detail on each of these in future slides, but this is the list of slides that we have, and as you can see, there are 8. There's a requirement to have a minimum of 7. So what was done was those 11 categories that were approved by City Council, those were taken back, and then these initiatives were developed under each of those categories, ultimately culminating into these 8 action plan initiatives with a minimum requirement from CMHC of 7. Next slide, please. So the funding for the Housing Accelerator Fund is calculated based on number of units and specific kickers to each of those units that are created through the action plan. So as you can see on the screen here, there's 8 total initiatives, and each of them comes with their own independent cost, which would be covered by the funding provided through the Housing Accelerator Fund. So based on the number of units and the growth rate targets that we're committed to, a total of roughly $6.25 million would be available to the community as a result of receiving this funding. The cost of the 8 initiatives comes to approximately $3 million, with the balance of that funding being available to the community for direct investment into affordable housing or housing and community-related infrastructure. At this point, we know that these target growth rates are based on a baseline, which that baseline was determined by a housing growth forecast report that was procured through a consultant and provided as an attachment to this presentation. And that really established what that baseline was, and then 15% above that was the additional 187 units that we would need over the next 3-year period between 2024 to 2026. Some other factors that factor into how the calculation of the number of units and the total budget include some kickers for things like affordable housing, proximity to rapid transit, and units that are missing middle in style. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. So since we made our application in August, we've been able to learn a lot. Unfortunately, that's after the submission of the application itself. But what we did want to share is some of those things that we've been hearing and seeing and learning. So CMHC is reviewing the growth centers at this point in time. So when we see announcements from London, Ontario, Kelowna, BC, Calgary, Hamilton and Victoria, Halifax, those are all growth centers. They're in their first tier of approvals. We are considered a mid-sized community and will be in the second round of applications. We did talk with CMHC today, and they're not at the second round yet, so we're not to worry, but we've been reassured that we are coming up. So far what we've seen with municipalities that have been successful is that the federal housing minister in particular and CMHC have been quite hard on municipalities, pushing them to amplify their initiatives and push for even greater or more systemic change. Next slide, please. Here's a snapshot of some headlines that the Federal Housing Accelerator Program has had across the country. The general gist of this is it's big dollars across the country, and local governments are being pushed hard to be bold in their approaches, and we've seen bipartisan support for this at the federal level, including conversations that not only will the 15% increase in units be expected to receive this funding, but that future infrastructure dollars may also be tied to the results of this type of an initiative. Next slide, please.
So with that in mind, CMHC recently released a news article that highlighted the top 10 initiatives that had been approved in those larger growth centers to date. They're on the screen, and they are, like Mr. Malcolm mentioned, very systemic change-based initiatives. And you'll note that many of the themes of these initiatives on the screen now are very similar in nature to the initiatives that were previously listed by the city. We have made an attempt to make sure that these initiatives are systemic in order to make sure that we are scoring high and getting the opportunity to receive the funding should CMHC deem that. As previously mentioned, the action plan initiatives were developed following a lot of interdepartmental collaboration. There is no one department in our city administration who is positioned to take on all of the initiatives in their entirety at the very least. And that means that, like the development of the application, the delivery of the project will continue to require that cross-departmental effort. Next slide, please. So just walking through at a really high level each of these 8 initiatives. The first one is titled the Secondary Suite Incentivization. It's meant to promote gentle densification in mature neighborhoods while maintaining the neighborhood character that has been established. The initiative includes the procurement of a consultant to design backyard secondary suite options that meet red tape requirements wherever possible, and to identify areas of the city where secondary suites are most appropriate. The designs would be available at a low cost to homeowners that wish to develop these types of units. And then to further support these types of developments, are one of the milestones, and our city staff would plan to propose amendments to the city's fees and charges bylaw to reduce the development permit cost to $0 for the secondary suites. At the top of the screen, you can see the unit costs and the number of units over the next 3 years that this particular initiative is meant to achieve. Keeping in mind that there was a total of 187 units above our baseline that we're looking to achieve. So this one comes at a cost of $420,000, or an anticipated cost of $420,000, with 22 units of that 187 being anticipated to be produced from this initiative. Next slide, please. The second one, the second initiative, city-led development densification, includes the development of an administrative policy that would require that Lethbridge Land commit to specific targets and requirements when embarking on their future developments, and this would be in an effort to densify housing in greenfield spaces. The milestones are on the screen there, but that's the gist of that initiative. And again, $50,000 would be the anticipated cost of this initiative, with the hope that it would bring about 27 out of the 187 units. Next slide, please. The third initiative, titled the Residential Infill Fund and City-Led Infill Development, involves the allocation of $1 million of the Housing Accelerator Fund funding to a revolving fund that would be utilized to purchase, de-risk, and make available lands for future developments, thereby reducing the barriers for organizations that wish to develop on those infill properties. It would be intended for spaces or areas that have other barriers to development where private developers may be more hesitant to engage in developing and the redevelopment of those areas. Next slide, please. The fourth initiative, Mature Residential Neighborhood Infrastructure Planning, includes the procurement of a consultant to complete infrastructure planning for both the London Road and Victoria Park neighborhoods, with the goal to align with increased densification goals of the area redevelopment plans. Further, the consultant would be expected to use the projects as pilot projects in order to then provide learnings to our team, which would then ultimately result in changes to our internal processes for future infrastructure planning projects. So it does achieve the 2 neighborhood infrastructure planning projects, but then would then be more systemic in changing how we approach infrastructure planning in the future based on the learnings. Next slide, please. Initiative 5, which is already in progress, includes the work being done as part of Phase 1 of the Land Use Bylaw Renewal Project, focusing on social uses and social housing. Additionally, administration with support from a procured consultant would then develop an affordable and social housing toolkit of engagement tools to be made available to future groups wishing to develop such projects. The toolkit has been requested by several different groups in past years to provide, and this would be to provide support in the development process and to frame local context. There are similar toolkits available from CMHC, but they don't provide that local context, and so this would really be to augment some of that and then make it more applicable to our local groups. Next slide, please. The 6th initiative consists of the 2nd phase of the Land Use Bylaw Renewal Project, which includes the remainder of the engagement and amendments to the Land Use Bylaw. Portion of that work intends to explore different opportunities to improve neighborhood outcomes following community engagement opportunities, and learnings from other initiatives which are expected to be completed in a shorter time frame than this initiative. This initiative would really be completed at the end of the Housing Accelerator Fund contract term. So we anticipate that some of the learnings from the other initiatives that would be completed in a shorter time frame would then lend themselves to this initiative. And that timeline for the Land Use Bylaw Renewal Project is the reason that we see a number of just 5 units. It's based on from now till that 3-year period. And because this initiative wouldn't be completed until towards the end of that, there's only 5 units. But long-term, this would be one of the more systemic changes that can be made by a municipality and we would expect that it would score very highly with CMHC. Next slide, please. Initiative 7, the Residential Corner Lot Catalyst, includes public engagement followed by a consolidated rezoning request for corner lots to try to allow secondary suites in those corner lots. The initiative would cover the cost of, at minimum, 50 rezoning applications in the first batch of properties to be brought forward. So that's where that $275,000 comes from, but could potentially bring more units if there were economies of scale achieved by doing a mass rezoning, and would also act as a pilot project for the approach to mass rezonings in the future if we were to continue with that work. Next slide, please. And the final initiative is number 8, the residential infill red tape reduction. So it's often, infill development is often very complicated due to increased considerations regarding infrastructure capacity and densification of mature neighborhoods. So initiative 8 really includes a grant-funded term position or a consultant to act as a subject matter expert for infill development, and then to create an infill development committee and associated guidelines, which would support groups looking to embark on those types of projects in the future. The committee would set minimum criteria for infill development on a property-specific basis, as opposed to requiring that blanket considerations across the city be utilized. And the guidelines and committee, once fully integrated into the city's system, would then remain in future years to continually support the success of those types of developments in the community. Next slide, please. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you. So before we go over the options, I do want to stress that approving the action plan today does not negate other processes, including public hearings, proper processes for land sales, and approval of policies that might support grant or incentive programs that would come out of this, and all the public engagement that is required as part of those. So the three options that we've provided, the first being that of administration's recommendation, is that City Council approve the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as presented. This is the most timely option in the event that CMHC does approve our application without amendments. And then if there happen to be amendments, we can bring those back and just focus on them as opposed to the whole project. The other options are simply not to support the action plan, which would mean that we would ultimately withdraw our application and we would be unable to access any funding through the program. And the third option being that City Council may defer the decision until CMHC has approved and make one approval with everything in front of you. The notes there on that one are just that we would be pushed back in our time frame, and there will be more to consider at that time. So with that, we open up and we welcome any questions.
And I do see a lit up round of questions, and so we'll start off with Councillor Crozan.
Thank you very much for this. As you know, it's wonderful to see this moving forward, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we could get 282 million like Calgary did. I mean, probably not, but I live in hope. When we're looking at some of these, the one question I have, you have costs associated with some of these, and some of these costs are associated with land use, but we gave money to that project under the budget. So this isn't additional. We're not spending stuff that hasn't already been budgeted. The public doesn't have to, have any concern that, there's all of a sudden a $276,000 cost under number 5. Those are budgeted. They're not new.
That is correct. All the initiatives here would be funded through the Housing Accelerator Fund. We do have several of these that I would say that maybe we were on the front foot and started before we actually got the approval. And if the thought being that we would actually reimburse those projects through this funding, which would ultimately free up taxation dollars to be used for something else.
So this could save us money that we've spent already or have already done. When we're looking at some of these things, for example, under secondary suite incentivization, you're hoping to spend $420,000 there to get secondary suites drawn, et cetera. I mean, $420,000, and then you're looking to have homeowners provide $1,000 back. Does this have to be cost recovery? Could we do something like, you pay us $1,000, when your place is built, we give you the $1,000 back? Like, could we add an incentive on an incentive for people?
Absolutely, we can. The extent that we've thought these through is through the interdepartmental collaboration and to the paragraph or two that we had to submit as part of the application. There's a lot of room to work out those nuances, and if we're successful, that's exactly what we'll do in our next steps. And we'll be doing that with some public engagement as well as further conversations with SPC and council.
So if CMHC came back and said, do more, there's some wiggle room there going, okay, I mean, it's a small amount in the $420,000, but if you're a homeowner, $1,000 is never a small amount.
Yeah, I do think that there's probably wiggle room on all our initiatives. Part of the process that administration went through is having a really good, or trying to have a good understanding of where we were at as a community, what would be accepted both by you as a council at different levels of administration as well as the community, knowing that, we're not Calgary. If we presented that we were going to build 4 stories on every parcel of land in our community, that's probably not going to be well received. So we've done our best to balance kind of that ambitious nature that CMHC is looking for with the realities of our community.
Okay. And the last one, you've got 8 here. I mean, that's what we had to send in. When you add up the amount of money, I mean, it's a considerable amount of money. Do we have a priority in our mind? Oh, if you give us, $1 million, do we have a priority in mind of where we put the money? Do we pick, do we do parts of all of them? How does it work in that case?
So we'll have to wait, I think, to hear back from CMHC as to which initiatives of this, because they're going to approve 7 of the 8. So that will narrow it down a little bit. I think more of where the flexibility will come is in the $3 million that is not allocated to these initiatives. From what we've been provided so far, that is up to the community to spend on housing and housing-related infrastructure. So we will have some flexibility in having that conversation as to where those dollars should go.
And one final question. One of the things that we know, they're looking at parking requirements and standards, right? They'd like to remove those. That's one thing they have. If they came back to us and said, you haven't done anything around parking, is that something that we can say, no, the land use bylaw renewal will maybe look at that? Do we have an answer to that question? Because I'm hearing that across the country.
So I think in relation to our initiative number 6, which is reducing market housing barriers in the land use bylaw phase 2, it does mention parking. We just did not take it to the step that we've seen from some municipalities that said simply like, remove all parking requirements with affordable housing projects.
But we
didn't go that far, but if we're pushed that way, that'll be a conversation we have. And then we have to obviously work with our planning and design department, the fact that we already have a land use bylaw initiative underway, and then work with council to figure out whether or not we want to kind of make that leap somewhat preemptively.
So to wrap a nice bow around it, we have thought about all the potential things they might ask. We have the answers for them, and we consider this a good plan to go forward with.
We believe we submitted a good plan based on our community, and now we just need to kind of wait and see how much push we get from CMHC and the housing minister. Again, noting that almost every municipality so far has been pushed to do more than what they submitted.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. This is a nice plan to see, and thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for this. Can you just help me out? I don't know if I was glazing over during the residential corner lot catalyst discussion. Can you exactly, because it seems very similar to at least parts of Initiative 1? Is it Initiative 1 that's similar about the design and, the secondary suite incentivization? Because this is just for a secondary suite on a corner lot, not subdividing. And I own a corner lot, I could put up 3 houses on my corner lot now. But this is just for adding a secondary suite, correct?
So the initiatives are stackable, if you will. Actually, many of these initiatives, in theory, could be stacked on top of each other to facilitate a development of a housing unit. The number one initiative is really around that backyard suite design and creating a set of plans that have already been vetted through all the city processes and are available to basically purchase and potentially move forward with on a fairly quick basis. The number 7 on the residential corner lot catalyst is more about the actual zoning piece of it. And just for some context, that conversation started similar to what we've seen in some larger centers where they rezoned all parcels. And we said in the context of Lethbridge, that's probably taking it a step too far for our context. So we've in the past had really good conversations through planning design, especially in new neighborhoods, around corner lots being appropriate for secondary suites and that missing middle densification, if you will. So we pulled it back, and that's where we landed. And I'll maybe look to Mr. Pitcher or Ms. Gehring if there's anything else to add on that one.
I would maybe just add that, like Mr. Malcolm said, it's really tied to the zoning, not to the incentivization piece. And so it would basically be an opt-in program for owners of corner lots. So it would include that call out where individuals could opt in, and then that mass rezoning would be done all at once. And so the idea would be to achieve that economy of scale, thereby preparing them for the incentivization piece.
Okay, thank you. That may help me. It's about mass rezoning, so it's not like you're going to phone Jeff Carlson and say, have we got a deal for you? You can rezone your property at the same price as you could rezone your property anyways. This is to say, if we all get together, we could do one for the price of...
Again, details are to be determined and finalized. The pencil be sharpened. But in theory, what the context would be, we could put out a call to all owners of corner lots. Those that are interested could put their name forward or their property forward, and we could bring, in theory, up to 50 of those all to City Council at one point in time. In theory, have one public hearing and tackle it as a whole as opposed to 50 individual.
Okay.
Details to be figured out, but that's kind of the concept that is proposed.
Thank you. Now I understand the incentive of that. I couldn't figure it out before. except that you then say it's stackable. So I could do number 6 and then go to number 1 where you've already designed it for me. I give you $1,000, you give me a free permit, and I'm off and running.
And potentially not have any parking to worry about.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for bringing this forward. It's fantastic to see this moving in the direction that it is. And yes, hopefully we see money like Calgary just saw. Item 6, the land use bylaw renewal, reducing market housing barriers. Number of units 5. Can you explain to me how the number of units is 5 again, please?
Yeah, so what we have to show is that with the quarterly payments from CMHC, we have to achieve the next payment, we have to show progress. Our progress in terms of number of units that we have to show above the baseline is 187. There will be some of these initiatives that we can roll out in the first 6 months, and we'll start to, in theory, to be the result or get units pumping out because of them. That land use bylaw and that phase of the land use bylaw is not scheduled to actually finish for 2 to 3 years. So it'll be right at the end of that reporting cycle. So we will actually not see a large amount of net units directly as a result of that in the reporting period. However, something that they look for in the scoring is that there's long-term systemic change. So when you see the City of Calgary's announcement yesterday, they talked about 6,000 units in the first 3 years and a resulting 35,000 in the next decade. Our 187 is the equivalent of their 6,000, and we haven't thrown a number out to what our long-term equivalent is, but by going through that land use bylaw project, we're removing future barriers so that growth continues beyond the 3-year window.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thanks very much for coming forward with this. I think about, I admire what you have to go through, and I suspect there's a lot of frustration and anxiety with your people because you kind of have to almost guess what they want in a lot of ways. And knowing that so many people get a call back to say you have to augment your application. So have you been able to talk to anybody who has been rejected, and are there things that you say, okay, now we kind of have an idea, I know what we put in, I'm ready for what we have to add or augment for our application, and how difficult has that been for you?
So we've been paying attention to many of the announcements and the conversations at other city councils. I think some of our team watched the entire 8 or 9 hours of the City of Calgary public hearing they had on their action plan.
Wow.
So we've been listening a lot. I think our most kind of relevant connection is with the City of Saskatoon, who we actually just spent some time with this morning. They are considered a growth center, so we're in the phase 1 and are currently in the midst of their negotiation with CMHC. They couldn't disclose to us at this point in time what they're being pushed on, but as soon as they've got it finalized, they have offered up to sharing those insights with us, which should be, in theory, I think, ahead of when we enter into that negotiation process. So we're doing our best to keep our kind of ear to the ground, but it does seem like it's nuanced to every community, which it should be. One of the things, observations that we've had is that there's been a strong push for just kind of blanket or rezoning. And we've only heard that through the back and forth that they've had with the growth centers. They probably could have been more explicit in stating that as an expectation on the front end, but that's part of the process. They might not have known it when they rolled the program out.
And what about timelines? Because that must be another. Are there timelines for all of this? As we try to rezone and redevelop and all that sort of thing. So how much more time do we have once you'll probably have to get augmented somewhere, but how much more time will you need after that?
The conversation before us was tied to some timeline conversations in government, and it's similar here. The federal government had indicated that we were likely to have actually received our approval or gone through a negotiation before this date. We have had this date set for a number of months now. We're not there yet. They're still in their growth centers, so they're behind schedule. We'll have to see how that impacts the rollout and the commitment to the additional units, because the program is set to wind up by the end of 2026. So if we actually don't get started till the middle of 2024, that has shrunk our time frame, and therefore we'll have to ask or negotiate on those outcomes.
Great. Thanks for what you're doing.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Just quickly, and forgive me, Mr. Holcomb, if you answered this question already. Is the grant tied to the individual initiatives, or is it in totality? Like, as Councillor Schmidt-Rempel said, if the one that we said was going to get 5 and we get delayed and it gets 0, but the one that we said was going to do 30 gets 40, we're actually 5 ahead. Do we still get the grant, or is it per initiative?
So at this point, we are not entirely clear on each of those details because there is no grant funding agreement example for us. What we do know is that the intention is to have 25% of that funding allocated as upfront funding, with the next 2 batches, both at a quarter of the total funding, to be based on the progress of the initiatives and commitments themselves, and then the final funding disbursement to be tied to the achievement of the housing supply growth targets. Now, what that looks like specifically, if you were, to miss one milestone in a single initiative, or to be slightly short of the housing growth target, but not, not 0. That's the piece that's unclear at this point until we have that grant agreement in hand, and we don't today.
Thank you. And the housing supply report, attachment 2, I decided to stop reading halfway through because I'd just ask you the questions instead of trying to figure them out myself. That's based on historical averages?
So when we open up the Housing Accelerator Fund application portal or template, the baseline for our community was established based on our past 5 years. We started there, and we were having conversations with our planning design, our Opportunity Lethbridge, as well as Build, and we recognized that our current projections are going to be nowhere close to our 5-year average. So if we would have stuck with our 5-year average, our baseline would have already been much, much higher than what we would have anticipated, and we would probably never have reached our goals.
Exactly what I was concerned about.
And so it did have a small section where you could justify why your baseline is in fact lower. So to give a robust reason why our baseline is lower, we used a consultant to do the housing growth forecast. That forecast then backed up our feeling, our consensus that our numbers are lower, and we have a fairly robust report that was submitted with our application to back us up.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, I do have a proxy question, but actually I will let the proxy person that is just returning ask that question. One last question. I was going through the queue and I noticed that there's no more questions. I was just going to ask this, but Councillor Middleton Hope that just had to step out for a moment. We'll ask it then. Can you explain the accountability of the funds? So the accountability to those that obviously would be taking in these funds. What is the accountability side of that? And it seems to be, so the first question. The second is, the funding appears directed to greater needs, which would make sense. And this is on page 3 of 68. So such as secondary suites, densification, and that's accurate to say, I would take it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think you went through that, but now the accountability side of it.
So a lot of the accountability we will know until we actually get the grant agreement from CMHC and the federal government. I actually realized that I missed the last page of my slide, so if you can go next slide. Possibly. We have a recommendation, and so this ties into the second bullet point there, that if approved by CMHC, the city manager and city clerk be delegated the authority to sign that grant agreement, and of course, before signing that grant agreement, we would review it with our legal department, with our treasury and financial services, and we would treat this in a similar way that when we receive other funds, where there's a long list of requirements for us to report back to our funder, this being CMHC, and we would have to be in alignment with that in order to get the payments. And then the fourth bullet, which is not on the screen but is in your package, was that we would report back to council or to the SPC on an annual basis on the progress, so that we were clear and transparent with you and the community as well.
Okay. Also, now, I'm curious to know, we had the opportunity of visiting and doing a tour of a modular home provider here within the community, or builder, for lack of better words. Is there anything within this, as you know, they're talking about building 750. They actually put through that facility a year, which was quite amazing to me, and can be up to over 1,000 with additional staffing that they're looking into. Has there been anything set up for that? And I know as we walked through these, I'm quite amazed on how well they're produced and different levels, and so I'm just wondering if there's anything with that.
I think what the best practice in the research is showing us is that modular builds have a huge role in the affordability and the provision of housing to meet the shortages across the country. What that looks like locally, I don't think we know yet, but I think this program in its entirety has a ton of opportunity for modular build, both locally and across the country. One thing that we would look to do as part of this is, like, for the secondary suite incentivization, can we work with them to develop plans? Can they be part of this? Would they build a product that would be available to our community? All of those different things, and then tie their work into conversations with our planning and design to understand if our regulations on a land use side are preventative in any way. If it's something higher like building code, we don't necessarily oversee that, but then how can our departments help facilitate those conversations up the chain to those areas? So I think, in short, there's a huge opportunity for modular. A lot of it could be seen in this, and it's just a matter of taking the next steps, but we're seeing it across the country.
I'm seeing, going through this, it sounds like a lot of the response we're waiting for this to come from the federal government, what this looks like, and so there's probably more to share in the future. We just have to make sure that we're available, so if these dollars and these funds drop, we're ready to go out of the gate, is I think what the main reason to be here is, correct?
So yeah, if we receive these funds, we want to be ready to go and to start to put these initiatives into place and to spend that federal money here in locally in Lethbridge. Part of the conversation that we didn't want to have today, but we will earmark, hopefully, and not hopefully have to have, is that if we don't receive the funding, a lot of these initiatives probably still have merit. And then there's a cost that's not covered by the federal government to them, and we will explore that at a different time. Hopefully we don't have to explore that, but it's something to keep on the radar, is that, especially because we've already started the land use bylaw projects, there's a lot of merit to these regardless of the funding source.
Yeah, lots of merit, but and if you haven't had the opportunity over the past couple of days, I'd invite you to watch the video of what we've been hearing from Mr. Matthews on dollars and where those dollars would come from, and I think it might be a little tight. So let's hope that the federal government moves quickly on this and that we do have some results there. Councillor Crowson.
Just one final thing to wrap up. For the hundreds of people watching this online, you can watch this later on YouTube. Get over to CASA and be part of the land use bylaw renewal conversation this afternoon, because that's where the conversation around social issues and housing is going to be had today. So as awesome as it is that you're all watching us, get over there right now.
All right, we take that note. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question on this. Where would a high density, and I'm assuming when we talk about a unit, is that like just a door, or is that like a house? Because I can see one high density build meeting many of our targets. If it was a 187 unit apartment complex, boom, we're done. So where does the high density stuff or the multifamily fit into these? I don't really see a spot, unless an infill can be bulldozing a block, et cetera.
So our conversations with CMHC and what's in the application package is that a unit is most closely referenced to what we would call a dwelling unit, which would be basically a door with the kitchen and the bathroom and that sort of thing. So a apartment building, like a large apartment building, could in theory meet the majority of our units that are being proposed.
Okay, so that would be a unit, and where would those be incentivized here? Where would we be working on those? Is that mostly in the land use rewrites or the densification piece that you spoke about? I'm just not sure, because that'd be the big fish to catch, right? And so where would that be here in the incentives?
So I'll start the response. So I think it is that stacking piece of the initiative. So if we look, there's the city-led development densification. So it could be within a city-developed subdivision where we do the planning and set aside the land for something of higher density. We then look at residential or infill, the infrastructure dollars. Typically when there's a large, especially when we're going to a higher density, so you're replacing 3-4 single-family houses with a 40-unit apartment building, there's going to be an infrastructure limit to that, or constraint. Through that funding, we can upgrade and potentially bring that up to speed, and that's part of the incentivization, is by investing in the infrastructure to support that development. The mature residential infrastructure planning, similar thought there, and then we get into the land use bylaw piece, and then ultimately, I guess it could in theory be on a corner lot. So you see the stacking of them, and in theory, these are not going to be individual things. They're all part of a bit of a system.
So again, it's the stacking that makes all things possible.
Yeah, and I do want to just, if I can let the space for, I know Maureen Garing's here from our planning and design department. A lot of this work has to do with the land use bylaw and the work of her team. So if I can just give her the opportunity to just kind of maybe put a bow on that, because I've done a lot of talking.
You must have.
Now, and I see Mr.
reading Mr. Sanchez's mind, because I think he's saying, Maureen's got an answer for you.
So, Mr. Sanchez, this is your answer, correct? Just, I saw you flashing there, so.
It is correct, and I also wanted to mention what we discussed yesterday, I believe, when we talk a little bit about how can we approach these infills. Remember, we talk about older neighborhoods and what is included in those, and the infrastructure might be good or might need to be upgraded. So that's where Maureen, I'm pretty sure she will cover all those details.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my response would be more to, it's not just in infill areas. So I don't want everybody to get the impression that we're only looking at mature neighborhoods here. We have a lot of greenfield areas that we can certainly look at changes in zoning to ensure that we have higher density developments. The things that we require for higher density, like parking, some of the landscaping requirements, there's different things that we can do through the land use bylaw review in terms of compressing zones to allow a larger range of density and all those standards that make it more attractive for people to come in and develop. So where Mr. Malcolm is saying it is a system, the rules and regulations within the land use bylaw are really the key in order to make sure that that density can be spread out throughout the city, and it isn't just clustered in mature neighborhoods.
All right. I thank you very much for the presentation. I see no further questions. Appreciate all the work that you're doing in this portfolio, because it's, again, not an easy one, but the dedication and what we're going to see, we hope to see from it, is fruits of the labor. So thank you very much for the presentation. We'll now just take a quick break. We'll do the motion first. Tell you what a day. All right, so let's move along here. I got a motion from Deputy Mayor Campbell. Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. Be it resolved, the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council approve the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as provided in Attachment 1, conditional to approval of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application from CMHC. Direct administration to return to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for approval should any amendments to the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan be required by CMHC. And number 3, direct administration report back on the status of the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee on an annual basis. And further be resolved that if the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan is approved by Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the city manager and city clerk be delegated the authority to, at their discretion, sign the grant funding agreement and include any funding allocated through the agreement into the city's financial portfolio. And I do have a question, and if I put a question forward, we're sitting as economic here. Does this fit in, or does it still have to go to council? Because I'm seeing that it's it doesn't say anything about recommending to council, and we're sitting as economic. Approve the fund as provided. Oh, recommend, I'm sorry, recommend that city council. Thank you. All right, I did read that, right? Thank you, yes, yes, so this will go to council prior, so if there's any, I'm just wondering if there's any questions in between that time. So thank you very much for answering that question for me after I read it. My goodness. It's getting close to the end of the day? All right. Okay, and with that, Deputy Mayor Campbell, I do see no further questions.
Okay. Obviously, we've just heard how important this is and the incredible amount of work that the team has done. And just to ease their burden a little bit more so, because there's going to be a lot more to have to figure out, let's just pass this. So with that, I ask for my colleagues' support.
All right, question has been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We will take a quick break and be back at 3:30, so here in about... Well, that's standard time. My apologies to those in the gallery here, 3:40 here. It was a few minutes past, but we will move along here with our order of business. And next in line, we do have Lethbridge Police Service regarding technology line of credit. And so I'm not sure if Mr. Matthews, if you're doing the introduction, I will turn the time over to yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. With us today, we have members from the LPC and LPS joining me to go through the Lethbridge Police Service technology line of credit. So I'll walk you through the presentation, and then, of course, either myself or Ms. Koslovi and other members of the LPS can answer any questions that the SPC members may have. So next slide. So earlier this year, both administration, LPC, and LPS met to discuss some of the confusion or some of the points around the technology line of credit funding and process. So I'll go through it in a bit here, but just for members of Economic SPC, this is a long-standing process being in place with the organization. It started actually even earlier, but the actual line of credit started in approximately around 2004, at the time when it was part of also the Regional Police Service as well. Based on this discussion, LPS and LPC requested to have the continuation of the renewal of the technology line of credit for another 10-year term, and that would be 2024 to 2033 inclusive, and maintaining the annual funding that's already approved within the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. We agreed to complete a joint presentation to Economic and Finance SPC during the annual budget review, which is where we are today. And we'd like to go through that today and the background and some background here and bring forward a request to formalize the process through policy. Next slide. Maybe one more slide. So as I mentioned, originally started in 1992 as the LPS Information Technology Fund. And this was $295,000 per year for financing computer-aided dispatch and record management system at that time. However, in around 2003, 2004, there was actually quite a need for technology amounts, and in fact, a large amount for upgrading these systems and others. So then the intent was, at that time, the intent was to advance current technology and provide for a periodic renewal of hardware and software. So Council in 2004 did the approval of a 10-year IT plan for the LPS, increased base budget amount of technology fund from $295,000 to $371,000, and increased the technology fund by 2.5% per year beginning in 2006 to account for inflation. They also increased the loan from the MRSR from $1,070,000 roughly to just over $1.9 million. To purchase or upgrade the CAD and RMS software, the mobile data terminals, radio equipment, and other hardware and software that LPS needs to use on a daily basis. Next slide. So throughout 2004 to 2013, that budget amount started off at $371,000, increased by 2.5% per year, and until 2011 when it was capped as a base budget at $430,200, and that's where it stands today. Restrictions on, there was also some restrictions on the use of the funding though that was talked about during this period. The MRS or TLUC funding was allocated as purchases were made and not as a lump sum amount. So that means that we would allocate at year end is the way it would work out to fund those technology amounts. And the full base budget funding within LPS budget was required to be paid annually back to the MRSR regardless of what technology expenses occurred within that year. One of the issues, though, that came out of that was that in 2004 resolution was not very clear what would happen at the end of 2013. So there was a 10-year plan at that point in time, but it was silent on what happened after that period. Next slide. So as I mentioned, that silence, although it was for 2004-13, it continued on and it's continued on till today. So the base amounts there, and LPS can use those funds for technology purposes. So this, and of course, the $430,200, as I mentioned, is still the same amount that's in there. At the end of 2023, at this time, and I think it's, here again, it's only a forecast at this stage here, it looks like there will be a balance in the TLOC account of almost $1.6 million that will be at the end of this period here that will remain. There was a little bit about some confusion on the plan at one point in time where the LPS put money into the plan, additional to it. And so instead of that, doing that, so what they did is they put more money into the MRSR. Of course, that's the reason why you have this larger amount of money that's remaining. It wasn't that they didn't have technology spends in that period. They were putting larger amounts of their surpluses into the technology fund for future. Next slide. So what you see before you on this in microfont on the slide in front of you is really what the purpose of this, though, is just to show that they do have a 10-year plan that they've actually sent to us on it, and the funding pieces down below is the estimated spends. And what I mean by that is from estimated, this is the plan right now of using the funds. Those funds could change because we all know that technology and the need for technology will change over 10 years. But they have provided us an updated forecast and the use of those funds for that period. And I'll get through it, really all I'll talk about right now too is the beauty of the TLOC account for the Lethbridge Police Service and the LPC is for budgeting. And it allows them to actually pre-spend some of this money at the beginning of a period and repay it back. So they can actually have a larger purchase at the beginning if something comes up that they need to invest in technology, and then they have those funds to pay it back. And you'll see in the resolution that although if you did a quick math in 10 years at 430, it'd be over 4.3 million and change. However, you'll see that the line of credit is only up to 3.2 million. And the reason for that is because of the interest charges that were, that would go with it. So that was one thing that was in the the original resolution was that there would be interest payments on those if they did it. And here again, that rate is based on our external borrowing rates. So moving to the next slide. So the request from LPC and LPS, as well as the recommendation from administration, is to continue with renewal of the technology line of credit for another 10-year term. And maintaining the annual TLOC funding for this period for 2023 to 2026 at the already approved budget amount of $430,200. So that would mean that there's no budget pressure to continue in this at all. And basically inside of here, some of the key points would be providing a maximum line of credit in an amount of $3.2 million. And as I mentioned, the differential would be the interest amounts if you borrowed it all up front. And of course, that amount that they can borrow declines each year if over the 10-year period as well too. The base TLOC payment funding of $430,200 annually includes both principal and interest payments, as I mentioned. Another piece in here, one of the points I'll mention is the annual base budget amount of funding. Funding within LPS operating budget is required to be paid back to the MRSR regardless of whether technology expenses occurred within the year. That's based on the original intent of the plan, and so that it's there for their use, but it's there they can't use it, and you can see in the plan they have it marked into it. But if they don't use it, it remains in the MRSR. And of course, then this would automatically renew is one of the big pieces that we want to get into, a policy piece that automatically renews so we don't have the silent nature on it. So, I don't think I'll be here in 10 years from now with this discussion, but if future me would be, doesn't want to have to go back and take a look and scratch their heads of why this thing exists and how it began. And then, of course, then the next component is also one piece that we mentioned in here is that although it's in there and renews, one component I'd like to mention is that every budget cycle, we would look at it from inflationary pressures. So as you can see, the amount has been flatlined at 430,200 since 2011, as I mentioned earlier. Some of that was doing back in the 2012 period. There was the council at that time had put in a flat line on budget increases, and so that stopped increasing on inflation. So that's why it's been flatlined from that period. I think every budget cycle that should be reviewed and taken a look at for inflationary components. And of course, any unspent funds that go back to the MRSR would also be to offset that pressure of an inflationary piece in the next period. So ultimately, in the end, what we're looking also for here too is to direct administration to continue to work with LPC and LPS to build policies and procedures, and to come back to the audit committee by Q2 of 2024, so that we can formalize this into council policy of this component. So we've got something in those future years too for a future treasurer and LPC and LPS members to have something to continue on with. And with that, I'll open up for questions, and I believe that Ms. Koslovi and members of LPS would be more than willing to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Matthews. And yes, we do have Ms. Koslovi, the Chair of the Police Commission, and Deputy Chief Grobmeier in there to answer any questions, I'm sure, as well, if they do come up. Is that who you have, the two of you? I don't recognize any. I'm sorry, yes, in addition to my apologies. Finance Manager is here as well. Thank you very much for being here. I do have questions. Acting Mayor.
Thank you. So this question might be to, I think to begin with to Mr. Matthews. Does this, the technology budget, does it still remain outside of the budget proper of the police service, or is it now contained within the budget as a line item?
To Councillor Milton Hope, the budget itself, the funding or pieces of the 3.2 million, if it was used, would be inside the MRSR, but the actual payment amount is inside of the LPS budget. Although it's directed, in this case, the way the resolution read, even though it's in there and council has given the money to LPS inside of there, what it's doing is telling it that every year it has to go back to the MRSR. So although it's in the LPS's budget, if they don't spend it on technology, it remains in the MRSR. They have 10 years that they can actually use those funds that would build on it, but it would recycle back into theoretically a zero balance at the end of that period.
Okay, the second question then would be, and this is for the police service and the police commission, the funds that are in there, can you define the technology? What is technology in terms of this budget, and what could the police service and or the police commission make application to that budget for? I'm thinking specifically of body-worn cameras.
Yeah, so I'll let Ms. Koslovi or one of the other members present today to come forward, but one of the pieces we would be working on in that is in the policy piece. So that would come back, so we still have some definition work to do, I would think, and that's where we would work with the LPC and LPS to actually define that.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if there's something that they would like to answer to on that question.
Thank you for the question. Can you get in? Okay. Body-worn cameras, as you see there, it's not part of that spreadsheet. It is not part of this TLOC.
Right.
Body-worn cameras at this time is maybe a little bit premature. It has been mandated by the province, but the province at a government level is still working out all the kinks. They're working on policy, they're working on the funding, they're working on all the pieces. It won't be in another year, I doubt very much that it's going to be. It's a 5-year process before they're going to get all the body-worn cameras out. So specifically, it is not listed here on the spreadsheet for TLOC funding.
Right. So the minister has come out and said that they are likely to fund only a portion of all of the ancillary costs of body-worn cameras. So the question then would be, can the technology budget and or BAUs be used to pay that unfunded portion. What we're trying to avoid is the police commission and/or the police service coming back to council for another $250,000 or $500,000 ask.
Yeah. I know, realize that, and that's why I actually, on behalf of the commission, I had sent a letter to the mayor and council stating that we don't know really what's happening with the body-worn cameras, and we don't know where the funding is going to come from. We are hopeful, we are advocating, just like every other commission in this province, advocating to the provincial government that they should be funding it. They're the ones mandating it, they should be funding it. Whether or not that's going to get us anywhere, but we will continue to advocate for this. We have that on our radar. We do know that it is coming down the pike. I think the worst case scenario would be that if we didn't do any kind of planning at all. We know as a commission and as a service, we know we do have a big ticket thing coming up, so we are kind of planning for it.
Right.
Kim, is there anything more you want to add to that?
Yeah, so the question would be, can the BAU and/or the technology budget be used to offset those costs?
I would hope, as we go through and build the policy, I would hope that we have that ability to define the technology to include something like that.
Yep.
At the time, it's not in our planning, just because we don't know even what to plan for, but in our 10-year plan. But it isn't out the door, of course. We're in the background.
Speaking to the mic a bit, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
In the background, we are considering, what could that look like, and trying to strategize about that. But at the time, in the report that you see in front of you for the 10-year plan, it is not part of that plan at this time.
Yeah. I think working with Mr. Matthews and on defining the use of those funds might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. So, Mr. Matthews or Ms. Kozlovi, let's just flip this. If this committee does not recommend to council that this be renewed, worst case scenario is?
Well, the worst case scenario is that LPS will fall significantly behind every other police agency in this country in our ability to investigate new types of crimes, new crimes involving technology, and we will not be able to replace much of our existing technology for our members to use during their regular patrols and throughout their investigations.
And I imagine not just behind other police forces, but behind criminals too.
Absolutely. The crime evolves almost daily. It is a challenge to keep up. We've just seen that with cryptocurrency. We had to spend a significant amount of money to purchase a program called Link Analysis. And the problem is nowadays you don't buy a piece of software and spend $30,000 one year. You're spending $30,000 this year, next year. It's the licensing that's the significant cost. So a $30,000 item is now becoming a $300,000 item because you need it for 10 years.
So bottom line, this is essential?
This is absolutely essential, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Carlson?
Oh, thank you. And I guess I'm just a little confused on the if council or we don't recommend this and council doesn't approve it, because the dollars are still in the budget, right? So I don't understand. I guess I'm just a little confused. My guess is we upfront the line of credit so you can make a large purchase now and pay it off over time. That's my assumption. But it's really no change to the funding that's already been approved. It's just saying you can also use the MRSR as a line of credit and you still pay the interest on it. So it's basically taking $1 out of one pocket and putting it in the other, but it gives you the opportunity to make a large purchase upfront and pay it off over time. Is that correct?
Yeah,
or am I completely missing the point of this? Because the dollars are all coming out of the operating budget regardless, and then just going back to the MRSR, which is a bit odd to me. But it's one way to increase your reserve, I guess.
So to members of Economics Committee, to Councillor Carlson, yes, so currently today they have the $430,000 inside of their operating budget. If council did not approve the line of credit, technically you're taking away the $430,000 per year out of their budget because that's a principal payment and interest payments going to the loan that's there from the MRSR. So you would be, and that's why, what we've heard is why it's so substantial to their budget, because over a 10-year period, that's over $4.3 million of technology amounts. The reason why this is the case is to the point that you just mentioned, so they can actually do upfront. So if they have a major IT component, they don't have to come before council again. They can actually plan for that and do that work in the first number of years of it, of a budget cycle, or the 10-year plan cycle, I should say, and actually then repay those back. The idea was the time when council gave this money, though, it wasn't adding necessarily more of the envelope of funds to the police service. It was with envelope with conditions, from the point of view that it's only for technology, and it's only and if you don't spend it, it goes back into the plan. They have plans, and I know that they do spend it, and they have full plans to spend it, and the actual amount of funds that they'll need within this has been easily demonstrated within their plan right now. So really it gives them just that flexibility, and that's why we're saying it. It would actually really, frankly, pull a lot of money outside that. It's already budgeted, already in the side of a taxation support going to the police service today.
So I think I get it now. Without this approval, the money sits in their budget, and then at the end of 4 years, they have to give it back to us.
Well, each year they have to give it back. So it actually, the way it's written inside of there, it would come back. So that was the design of it going forward. I mean, the council can always change that design if they so wish, but that was the intent back in the past. And the idea was it's for technology, and it's for the use of technology. And if you don't need to spend on technology, then it comes back to the council. But I think they've always demonstrated they can spend the technology.
Thank you for that. Second question is around the technology, and I was trying to go through the items on the plan, and none of these would be classified as a capital purchase. There's nothing we could use capital funding for any of these. Is there, or is there? Because that might be one way to save some operating dollars.
So, to Councillor Carlson, so there is items for, from an accountant's point of view of looking at this, anything technically over a 1 year period, and we have different rules of how we capitalize, could be considered capital. So if you buy a server and it's over 1 year, technically you would capitalize and amortize that. So there is capital items inside of here. Some of them, some things could be also, I'm just looking up here, like software systems, depending what that software system is. If it's maintenance, that's not capital, on it. But it is technology components. So that's where the definitions come into inside of the policies coming forward. I think regardless of, kind of the earlier conversation, there's also, things like body worn cameras, there's other pieces of technology that could be done. I think where you're going to is, could we use other funding sources, behind the scenes instead of the MRSR? That is a possibility we could look at. Today, it is factored into their operating budget already, so that would be almost like a swap where we'd use the grant in their area and then take the tax surplus and use it somewhere else. We can look at those things, but it would just be a switch of funding sources internally and really wouldn't make a difference for the police, but it would be something for the city to take a look at.
Okay, thank you. And I think in some of our conversations with the minister, there was allusion to that there could be funding or some dollars for the body-worn camera, that technology. So I'm glad you haven't put it in your budget, because if they saw that, there might not be funding for Lethbridge. So I appreciate it not being in here yet, but that it's on the radar. So thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Carlson. I see no further questions, so thank you very much for the presentation and taking those questions as well. I do have a resolution here from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, Lethbridge Police Service Technology Line of Credit. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council approve the renewal of the Technology Line of Credit for another 10-year term, 2024 to 2033 inclusive, maintaining the annual TLOC funding of $430,200 already approved in the 2023 to 2026 budget based on the Lethbridge Police Service TLOC 10-year plan for 2024 to 2033 as per attachment 2 with the following conditions. A, provide a maximum line of credit in the amount of 3.2 million with funding coming from the MRSR. The total line of credit will reduce each year as per the 10-year plan based on the allocations used and the prevailing interest rate in effect from the province of Alberta at that time of use. B, the base TLOC payment funding of $430,200 annually includes both principal and interest payments for LPS technology purchases. And C, the prevailing interest rate in effect from the province of Alberta will be paid on the TLOC funding. D, the MRSR TLOC funding will be allocated as purchases are made and not as a one lump sum amount. And E, the annual base budget TLOC payment funding within LPS operating budget is required to be paid annually back to the MRSR regardless of what technology expenses occurred within the year. F, the LPS technology line of credit automatically renews every 10 years with technology needs and inflationary pressures being reviewed during each operating budget cycle. And G, any unspent funds at the end of the 10-year term will be used to offset inflationary costs associated with the LPS technology for the next 10 years. And number 2, direct administration to work with the LPS and LPC on developing formal policy and procedures for the LPS TLOC, which is, of course, the technology line of credit process to be brought back to Audit Standing Policy Committee by Q2 2024. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. And unlike Mr. Matthews, who may not be here in 10 years, I was here 20 years ago when this was first brought in. So it seems to repeat itself. This was identified that long ago and continues to be an absolutely essential part of the police service and their ability to be able to meet the extremely challenging environment in which they find themselves. It allows them to project their needs out over an extended period of time, and it allows them to fund new technology that is ever evolving and ever increasing in terms of its cost and demand on the police service and the police commission, and therefore on the city. But it enables them to be able to fund very large projects over long periods of time. This is essential, as we've heard, in not only the budget in relation to the police service, but in relation to other departments as well that need to, if we use the term colloquially, capitalizing some of these costs out over extended periods of time. It does provide them with greater flexibility and an opportunity to stay current in this particular capacity with technology that is so important to the operations of a contemporary police service. With that, if there is any questions, comments, or need for debate, I would invite that now. I do not see any green lights, red lights, blue lights.
There are none.
Then, Mr. Mayor, I will call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move along to bylaw 6428, the increase of parking fines, a traffic bylaw amendment. So Mr. Lee, a transportation engineering manager, is here, and I'm not sure if Mr. Matthews or Mr. Brierly, there's an introduction, but I do want to make sure that I do give a shout out to someone that's getting kind of old today. Well, he's got another year on him. Mr. Elliott, happy birthday. Won't say you're getting old, you're staying young. That maybe came out the wrong way. I'm in your bad books now, aren't I? No? All right. So, Mr. Matthews or Mr. Brierly, did you want to do that introduction, or is it just have Mr. Ali come up and...
Just turn it over to Mr. Sanchez and his team. I see them all here, so they've got it from here.
All right, thank you.
I will do an introduction on this item, and then we're going to have the team here who did the work. Originally, I was going to do the presentation, but I do believe that credit goes to the person that has the face in the downtown parking, which is Mr. Philip Berg, and Mr. Ahmed Ali, who is supporting him on all the work. Part of the introduction I want to do with this initiative is just to talk a little bit about how this play out from the very beginning. we had a C6 council initiative led or sponsored by Councilor Middleton Hope, where we look at opportunities for parking in the downtown into the fines, right, in particularly. So that initiative came to council, and we heard concerns, or council heard concerns from the BRZ and other stakeholders in the downtown, and we were asked to work with them. And I have to mention that the work that was put into this is an example of that collaboration between all the stakeholders that were part of this. We have today here in the audience Sarah Amis from the BRZ, and we also we don't have her here today, she couldn't attend, but Mrs. Lorien Johansen from the Heart of Our City Committee, who were part of the stakeholders involved. We had more than 12 people. We had 3 meetings that took place, and at the first meeting, we were not on the same page, but we were able to go to a win-win solution here, and I do believe that the presentation being done today, which has a letter of support from both the downtown BRZ and the Heart of Our City, is a good compromise, and is going to allow us to change a little bit the approach and to come back later with the results that are going to be presented to City Council. So with that, I will let Phil drive us through the presentation and go from here.
We're off to a swimming start here. All right. Yeah, I'll start charging. So yes, thank you everybody for your time this afternoon. I will kind of proceed through this pretty quickly, as I think most are aware of the background in regards to the parking. But at a high level, parking was initially brought forward in 1963 at rates of 10 cents an hour. It's originally brought in place by the businesses to commit or to drive change and turnover throughout the downtown. Parking rates right now are at $1 an hour in our short-term areas and 45 cents in our long-terms. Those rates have been set since 2013. In regards to the parking fines, in 1990 is the last time that the parking fine was set. It was set at $25 with a reduction of $19 if paid within 7 days. In 2012, there was a change in just that reduction period. It went from in the reduction rate from $19 to $15. Some of the benefits it provides a balance of the needs of the parking people, businesses, customers, and employees in the downtown. Next slide. During the 2023 to 2026 operating budget, City Council approved a parking fine increase to $50 with a $15 reduction if paid within 7 days. Concerns were brought forward in regard to that increase, and it was brought back by BRZ, Heart of Our City, and the bylaw when it was being amended. City Council directed administration to work with the BRZ and Heart of Our City Committee to engage with their members and present options on parking and report back to Q4 in 2023. And that'd be why we're here today. I do want to thank Heart of Our City, BRZ, and the rest of the representatives for that committee, as it was very engaging and a lot of good came out of it. So I do thank them for that. Next slide, please. The technical team or the administration team included transportation, corporate communications, infrastructure. Stakeholders included representatives from the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone and Heart of Our City Committee. We did meet 3 times, as Mr. Sanchez alluded to. The first meeting was very spirited, as the second and third meetings were much more in a collaborative effort to move forward. Next slide, please. The following recommendations from the engagement team after the final meeting, this is what was settled upon, was that we reduce the fine from $50 to $40 and provide a $20 reduction, and we'd also increase from 7 days to 10 days, that grace period, in the downtown core. Parking fines outside the downtown core will be at $50 with a reduction to $15 as well. We increased that early reduction period from 7 days to 10 days there. This implementation would happen in 2024. This also brings that fines in alignment with other off-street parking areas in the city of Lethbridge. Next slide, please. Some of the incentives and recommendations that the engagement team brought forward to provide better service to the city of Lethbridge and its residents was there will be a change in the enforcement period from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The grace period will be increased instead of 3 minutes to 7 minutes. It'll be implemented in 2024. We'll provide free downtown core parking initiative days. Those days will be decided in consultation with the BRZ and Heart of Our City Committee. We'll enhance the maintenance program for the parking kiosks that are in the downtown, and we'll replace Zone 2 with Zone 3 parking restrictions. The BRZ completed a survey to implement this change, and it had overwhelming support. I do thank the BRZ and our members of communication staff for doing that survey. So next steps, we ask that administration recommends that the 3 readings be given to Bylaw 6428, an amendment to the 2023-2026 Operating Budget Initiative C6, parking fines as per the recommendations from this engagement team. We'll also put forward a comprehensive education campaign, which will be developed and implemented alongside the new changes to allow residents and businesses to understand, embrace the parking program, as well as learn of the changes. The engagement team will continue to monitor the proposed changes and report back to council after the first year of implementation to ensure the program is successful for all parties. And with that said, I will open it up to any questions or discussions.
Thank you very much, boy. That was like speed demon. Have you been practicing in front of the mirror, or to start off with that start you had, you just totally recovered, just so you know. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Yes, will you be offering classes and how to do presentations effectively?
Maybe not classes, but we will put together a comprehensive education program to assist all of the residents with any of the parking changes in the downtown.
No, I meant teaching people how to present here.
Oh, oh, here.
Sorry.
Just
It was
read
a
as
bad
fast
joke.
as possible.
I know. Yeah, public engagement is always a very good thing. Thank you for doing this. Thank you to the BRZ, Heart of Our City, everybody who was involved. I understand why we brought parking in, and I know the purpose of it, but we do have to find that happy medium. When we're looking at some days where there might be free, we had them under the meters, right? Usually around Christmas, etc. I assume we just shut the meters off those days, and have we budgeted for things like that? Because, like I know it'll be a loss of money from the city. So 2 questions. How easy with the technology to, just to not have people have to pay the meters or the things that day? And do we have the budget for those already planned?
So I'll let Mr. Sanchez elaborate, but I can answer part of that question. In regards to turning off of the kiosk, we find that when we shut kiosks off without any level of information, even if we did a PSA, we end up getting a lot of feedback on the negative as saying, people, these aren't working, why is this not broken, I'm going to get parking tickets, and it causes customer confusion. Our preference would obviously be to invest a small amount of money in our technology change, and what we can do is we can change the screens to say free parking as sponsored by Heart of Our City or BRZ or whoever it is at that time.
Keep your money in your pocket.
Yeah.
And does that work as well for anybody who does it on the app?
Yes, so it'll say there's a pop-up on the app that says parking payments are not required at this time. Please seek local signage is usually what comes up on the app.
Perfect. So Mr. Sanchez, you get the money question then.
So yes, we talk about this, and I really like that part when one of the compromises was also the 8 till 9 and the 3 days. And we have a quote there, limited days, because at one point we say we need to make sure we provide that support, and the VRZ will be critical to this. We need to make the review and see how, at the end of the day, if the budget is meeting the needs that we have. And that was a good conversation with the BRZ and the Heart of Our City, because at one point, let's be clear, we have an idea, we have an intent as a city to provide a service, and we have a budget that we need to have to mandate. But at the same time, the BRZ and the Heart of Our City, they're looking after the interests of the business. How we come to a point where we can have a win-win, this is where it was presented. We're going to monitor the numbers, and we're going to see how that goes. And maybe there is an opportunity to do something different. And that's why Phil has had there, that we're coming back after 1 year. There might be an opportunity to do something different that we learned after the first year and do a different approach. Key here is education and outreach. And that's where we're going to be working. The communications team was engaged all the way along in this conversation. I have to probably point Mr. Nick Cool, who was key in this work for us. He was there with us during all the engagement, all the sessions. And that's the part that we need to nail down to make sure residents know, because many people don't know how the system works. So the more you talk about it, the chances are that it's going to be more successful, and we will be able to come back with changes or suggestions to improve it.
Great, thank you. And this is an SPC. If I can actually ask Ms. Amies to come up. I've heard them, but I just want to hear it from you to, how did all of this go? How are the businesses feeling about this, just in general? Is this going to move ahead the way we all hope it will?
Yes, it will. As Phil said, we've met, we participated in 3-hour meetings each time we met, and one of my colleagues from HOC put it beautifully when she said, folks, the medicine is going down. We are just making this sweeter. So we are the spoonful of sugar to make sure that that medicine goes down. We all understand, businesses as well, that yes, the parking fines do have to go up to stay in line with many similarly sized cities. Of course, businesses would love free parking, but then there's always the issue of keeping that rotation going. So I think all in all, that businesses will be pleased that we went to bat and we worked as collegially as we did with City and HOC. Nick Cool and I did a survey of 92 businesses located in Zone 2 to determine what the appetite was for replacing Zone 2 with Zone 3, and it was pretty overwhelming. 88% of those businesses said, yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So all in all, I think it was a really good process, and I'm hoping that businesses will be excited and happy about it.
Okay. And of course, you and businesses know that if this does move forward, there's still 2 weeks to talk to us, and if anybody has concerns before it would come to the next meeting.
Yeah. And we can make sure that businesses know about that in our newsletter.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Ames.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most of my questions have been answered, but I'm just curious, that spirited first day that you had, that you met, was the biggest contention the rate of parking, the parking fines? Is that the biggest thing? Or what was the one where people were,
I believe that interaction was spirited, as I had said, was mostly due to the fact that there was a lot of temperature still built around the initial proposal as it came forward, and the feelings of lack of consultation. So I think that was what mostly was everything was around. And once we got down to discussions, it was able to simmer and relax and realize everyone's on the same page.
and the parking fine amount was fairly cordial about that?
The parking fine amount, parking fines are never an agenda item that I think you can get 100% agreement on, as there was definitely contention to amounts and rates, as everybody has an opinion on those kind of things.
Sure. Well, I just want to also add my congratulations to getting together and figuring this out between HOC and Downtown BRZ and administration. So I applaud everyone who got involved. So well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In that discussion on parking, the cost is definitely not a happy one. I know I was looking for someone myself when I was in Edmonton here a couple of weeks ago and managed to get a $125 ticket. And I was like, gosh, I'm looking around for signs and stuff. So I'm hearing what you're bringing forward, and I put it into perspective, and it doesn't make me feel any better with $125, but I'm glad that you guys were able to connect up and get together and kind of work on something that would best fit for our downtown. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I do believe there was significant compromise from both parties and a willingness to work together.
Awesome. Great to hear. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the three groups for working together on this. This is a great initiative, and like Mr. Sanchez said, a great example of the city working with our community groups to move something forward. A few questions I had coming out of the package. The enhanced kiosk maintenance program, what exactly does that look like? What does that mean?
So right now, twice a year, we, in essence, pull apart all of the moving parts within the kiosks and make sure they're all serviced. We do it once just before winter comes in, and then once again just as the spring rolls out. Just dirt and grime, they're computers that sit outside and work in all operating conditions. So what we're going to look at in some of the discussion that came up during our meetings was issues that customers were experiencing with the kiosks. So what we can do is we're going to increase that to at least 3, maybe possibly 4 times, depending on other related tasks, to ensure that all those parts are working on those kiosks at the best that we can. We have already this year engaged, we spent the month during this doing another full clean of them, making sure all those pieces are in there and operating. So that's what that is really entailing. I do believe that with the communication and the learning that we're going to put out, the education process, I think that'll assist as well. We do find that 85% of the concerns that we get from customers about kiosks not working is a lack of understanding of how the kiosks work or work the parking regulations around them. So.
Okay, thank you very much. What are the implications of replacing Zone 2 with Zone 3?
The implications of replacing Zone 2 with Zone 3, great question, thank you, would be that there would be a longer term that individuals would be able to stay within the downtown or within that area. That area was initially set as Zone 2 to create higher turnover as was originally designed. With the Zone 3, it'll make a simplicity of the system. There will only be 2 options to choose from when choosing a zone. It'll be Zone 3 or 10. In regards to impacts for those streets, I think it'll allow an opportunity for people to stay longer on those streets.
Okay. And then the 7-minute grace period, it expanded to 7 minutes, which to me is kind of random. Why 7 and not something like 10? Why was 7 picked? It just seems very random to me.
So the original grace period.
3.2.
The original grace period between transactions before a violation be written would be about 3 minutes before it would show up, stating that this vehicle is no longer a valid park session. It's increased to 7 to be in line with other municipalities that we surveyed.
Okay. And then I did notice, and I couldn't find it in the package, but I did notice that one of the recommendations coming out of the BRZ were tap kiosks.
Yep.
But I didn't see that anywhere else in what might be moving forward. I'm just wondering if that's something that could move forward, if that's something that's being looked at, just so that we don't miss that, if that was something that the other groups thought would be a good idea.
Great question, thank you. It wasn't a part of this process because it was something we were working on outside of the scope of these meetings. Those 50 kiosks are all installed except I believe the few that were within the construction on 4th Avenue and 7th Street, so that project is completed now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and we do have plans of implementing another 50 next year as a budget expenditure.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for your work, and thank you to everybody who worked on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Rembo, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sad Councillor Dodick isn't here. He loves a good kumbaya moment, as we all know. Mr. Berg, nice to see you. Thank you all for all your work. I won't repeat all the thanks. 33 years, and we've increased the fines by $15. So what is that, 45 cents a year? It's a lot of... It's a lot of, a very slow increase. So I'm glad we got there, but it's very slow. I want to thank Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, who I think sort of spearheaded this and trying to drag us slowly into the 21st century. My question is, did you have any forward conversations about that? Because here's the problem. We waited 33 years. And so $15, $20 seemed like the sky was falling to our community. Have we looked at saying, and maybe this is for those of you who will be here for the next budget discussion, listen up, maybe every 4 years we should do a $2 increase so that 30 years from now, John won't have to bring forward a resolution that creates such strife. Because we know indexing it somehow might be a little easier to take than waiting 33 years. Was there any conversation around that we should do this a little more often?
There was some discussion on that, but I'll let Mr. Sanchez answer that question.
So that's a great question because, yes, we had internal conversations. I don't remember if we actually brought it up to the team and to do this as a phased approach because no different than, and I'm going to use, like we have spoke before, different hats here, like waste and recycling hat back in the day. When we did the increase in the tipping fees at the landfill, we did those over 7 years, remember? If council remembers, we went $10 every year, so done in order to make it more doable. So that's an opportunity here. We don't have that there, but again, I mentioned we're coming back in a year. There might be an opportunity. We even discuss a little bit about rates, and we're not ready to go there. We need to see how this evolves and how the budget implications are going to be. and then we will come back maybe with a more reasonable approach. And I will paraphrase some of the comments that we had on that first meeting. Is like, it wasn't so much about the parking rate increases. It was about the amount of the increase that was happening, and that's what created a big shock. And I'm looking to Mrs. Amy. She's here. I know we discussed about it, and there was a member from the committee that stressed that many times, and we agree. We say, you're right. So probably next step, lesson learned, we need to do this in a way that we don't need to wait to catch up that much. So again, excellent question.
Thank you. I'm glad you're ahead of me on that one. The other question I had is we did sort of say we need 3 stakeholders at these meetings, and I know that there were concessions made to the stakeholders. The folks outside of the stakeholders are getting the full meal deal. Have we had any discussions on that? The only ones that are getting the reduction are the ones who sat around the table. Nobody else is.
No, we did this with the downtown and the heart of our city, and they did their work talking to their businesses. And that's where, again, Mrs. Amy also explained that with the help of corporate communications, they went there and they did a survey, because that was something I wanted to make clear. I wanted to make clear that we don't bring a recommendation that is not going to be supported by them, and that's where they went a step ahead, and they actually took the time, which was a lot of time, and I have to thank Mrs. Amy for putting the time to go to those businesses. I will say they were probably close to maybe over 90% of the businesses that are in those zone 2. So, and the results were more than 95% of them say yes.
And
there is a little thing here that we need to evaluate. Back in the day was the beer set that asked for that zone 2 to encourage the movements of the vehicles. That's why we say, let's see how this goes. Let's not say no, let's try it out. And if after a year, then there is not enough parking space for the customers, we can always come back to the table and review. And we agree that we're going to be meeting with that stakeholder group on a regular basis just to see how are things going. What else do we need to do?
And thank you, Mr. Sanchez. And I do understand we did great work with the stakeholder group in the downtown core. What my point was is parking fines outside of the downtown core. There was nobody at the table?
Outside of the downtown core, there was no one on the table because that was the main group. We didn't hear anything from that group during budget deliberations when we did the budget presentation. Even when the rates came here, we worked with the group that approached us and they wanted to have a solution. The other thing too is outside of the parking or the downtown area is a different type of parking. We're comparing now to the college to other off-street parking like Darwin and Phil mentioned before. So that is more consistent with the college, the university, all those are NMAC centers that are not related to the downtown core. And it's an effort to work with them, and we're going to keep an eye for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can expand on that as well, because Lethbridge College and University is $50 by their request. Melcor downtown is $75. They control that lot. So what we're doing is we're bringing $50 up in line with what other off-street parking lots are. And now I put my transportation hat on. We're also trying to improve compliance. So the street sweeping, no parking. The snowplow, no parking. Terrible compliance, even though we communicate as best we can. Terrible compliance because it's really a $10 ticket. And so the other benefit is the RPP. The biggest other outside area compliance issue is RPPs at the hospital, at the college, high school areas. So the RPPs should be higher compliance because of that $50 fine. Remember, they're not paying for that parking anyway, but the compliance is what we're really trying to get, is moving vehicles and not breaking the parking rules.
All right, well, I see no further questions, so thank you very much for presenting. And I want to thank Ms. Ames for being here, for, I know, the dedication you have in the downtown businesses, and we appreciate you being here and passing this information back to the businesses there, so thank you very much for that. And for everyone for presenting, thank you. I have a resolution here From Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, bylaw 6428, increase of parking fines and traffic bylaw amendment. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that council consider first reading of bylaw 6428, amendments to traffic bylaw 5834 on November 28, 2023, which will legislatively achieve the following recommendations from the engagement. Reduce fine proposal from $50 to $40, reduction of $20 if paid within 10 days in the downtown core. Effective times for paid parking in the downtown core, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., excluding all public holidays. And public fines outside downtown core, $50, reduction of $15 if paid in 10 days, and to come into effect February 1st, 2024. Number 2, amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget initiative C6, parking fines for $200,000 revenue increase per year with funding allocated as follows. Off-street parking reserve for 2023 and for MRSR both at 0. 2024 off-street parking $140,000, MRSR $60,000, and this is a credit to that account. 2025 $140,000 and MRSR $60,000, and in 2026 off-street $140,000 and MRSR $60,000. With that, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder, this is for first reading only, so we will have an opportunity to discuss this again on November 28th. And with that, I would ask for my colleagues' support of this first reading.
Yes.
This is recommended.
This is recommending to
Yeah,
council.
this is recommending to council that we do the first reading, so we will have an opportunity to have the first reading and discuss it on November 28th.
Is what
It's-
meeting are we
Yeah,
in?
I thought we were in council again there for a minute, so yes.
All right, so this will go to council for first reading here on the 28th,
28th.
I think we saw, yes. And
Yeah.
so with that, question's been called, all in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you very much. All right, we will move along to the rate bylaws. I'll start off with the. Is there anybody in the gallery that would like to speak to this? For any of the rate bylaws? For a second time, is there anyone in the gallery that would like to speak to the rate bylaws? There's a lot of commotion out there. And for a third and final time, is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak to these rate bylaws? Seeing none, all right, we will move along. Councillor Palladino does have a resolution, bylaw 6410, amending bylaw 6233, regulated rate option bylaw. Be it resolved that Economic and Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council provide second and third reading for bylaw 6410, amending bylaw 6233, regulated rate option bylaw, RRO, at the November 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. Councillor Palladino?
Yeah, this is recommended to refer this to council for second and third reading.
Right.
And with that, if there are no other questions, we'll call the question.
The question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. And from Councillor Parker?
Sure, which one's that one?
Councillor Parker.
Electric
Councillor Dodick is
tariff.
away. Councillor Parker, bylaw 6412, electric distribution tariff. Be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council provide second and third reading for bylaw 6412, electric distribution tariff at the November 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. Councillor Parker.
I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. And from Councillor Croson, bylaw 6414, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw. Be it resolved that Economic and Standing change name to this Standing Policy Committee. Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council provide second and third reading for bylaw 6414, amendment to bylaw 6146, waste bylaw at the November 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. Councillor Croson.
Of course, all we're doing is moving this along to the city council meeting, which if somebody in the public has any concerns with this, they have time to talk to us before November 28th. So I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. And from Councillor Palladino, bylaw 6415, 2024 water rates. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council provide second, third reading for bylaw 6415 2024 water rates at the November 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. Councillor Palladino.
Again, it's recommended to send this to City Council for second and third reading. And so with that, I will call for the vote.
Yes, this will go to council. Just again, we are reiterating that this is to be recommended to council. All in favor?
Can I say something really quick?
Oh, so I guess he wants.
I think a lot of people are probably wondering why this is here, and why wouldn't we just, do it at their next, the reason why we do this, and this is the city clerk will tell you, is allows people to speak at an SPC, so if they have a question in regards to any of these bylaws, this is the forum to do it. And so that's why you asked if there's anyone in the community. So it's not a matter of, well, why don't they just do this at the next council meeting? Because the next council meeting, you really can't have public input, but at an SPC, it allows the community to speak. So it's important that people note that's why we're having it at this meeting and recommending it to council. So I think I speak on behalf of a lot of the bylaws, rate bylaws, but I think it should be noted.
And that's good. Thank you very much for that. And the question's been called. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Croson.
It's his motion, that's why his light is on. I recognize that we are just voting to recommend these on, and even if we vote against it, they still go on as non-recommended, so it's kind of a moot point in any ways. But the water and wastewater bylaws bother me, because these are going to be large rate increases for our community if they go ahead. And for better affordability for our community, it'd be wonderful if we, if the province was going to help us with some of these. So I do not want to be throwing this on to the taxpayers, and I know this today is not about putting it on to taxpayers, it's just moving it on to where we can have a fuller discussion. So I think I will be voting against this just on principle, because with 20% of our water going into the community, into the region, I think we need to have the province around the table when it comes to some of these things. So just why I'll be voting against even recommending it.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Maybe I need some clarity and misunderstanding. These were the increases that we voted on during the budget process. These aren't the very large increases. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, because we did sort of have a present, and I don't want the community to misunderstand, because earlier we had a presentation about budget pressures and funding pressures, and there was talk about the need to, I think, 79 million and 90 million for water and wastewater, whatever it would be. It's been a while. I'm tired. And so I just want to confirm, these are the rates that we approved during the budget process last year. And so I just don't want the community to think that what they saw yesterday morning is reflected in these today. Am I correct?
That is correct, Councillor Carlson. These are only the amounts that are approved throughout the existing budget process last year at this time.
Councillor Palladino.
I still stand by what I said, because I'm making a statement that, we will be having probably increase these if the province doesn't come forward, and I had the opportunity to mention it.
Councillor Palladino, question?
We'll call.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Right. Thank you. And a resolution from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, bylaw 6146, 2024 to 2024 wastewater rates. All right, so 2024 wastewater rates.
I don't think that's right.
It's bylaw 614.
64.
Comma 2024 to 2024. So I guess it's just 2024 wastewater rates.
It is just 2024,
okay.
yeah.
All right. It's from that whole year. 7.8. Be it resolved. That's. Be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council provide second and third reading for bylaw 6416, 2024 to 2024 wastewater rates at the November 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. We will remove the second 2024, so Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I certainly applaud the tenacity of my colleague in voting against it. It is something that is near and dear to all of our hearts. We don't raise these rates without considerable discussion, and these were rates that were approved last fall during the budget discussions, and so I will now call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? All right.
Here, here.
Here, here. All right. Get that. Is that it?
2 for 2, I think.
And we are.
Now, just to my colleagues here, we do have, is there any general discussion from what we've had today? I don't know if that is something we want to look at in the morning. It's something we wanted to add in if we get to the end of the days to have any discussion.
I have to leave, sorry.
Okay, with that, all right, if there's anything, we'll bring that in tomorrow morning's meeting.
So is this going back to my conversation I said like the week before? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
that's correct. So we'll do that prior.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that a public discussion or a in-camera discussion about a process? I'd rather have otherwise Mr. Beaver is going to show up at 9 o'clock.
He never did come back. He never did come back.
He's watching it online right now. Kick him out again.
Yeah, I think to start off, closed if there's something that's going to be, because I mean, a lot of this information, if there's names and public, there could be some FOIP, so we'll do that.
Community groups are all times.
Yeah, other time. All right, well, if there's anything, you will need to pass that along to your colleagues by way of email, if there's any questions, and on to the city manager. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for trying, Mr. Mayor.
And with that, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.